look forward to there. My focus is very, very much on tomorrow. We've got a massive day tomorrow. I'm not going to lie. Tyson Fury against Dillian Whyte in the boxing is monumental. 94,000 people at Wembley. I've been watching the press conferences, been watching the weigh-ins. I've been trying to learn what I can about the undercards. I've been just trying to get as much research and stuff done as possible. We are doing that stream on this channel. We are doing Tyson Fury against Dillian Whyte tomorrow. So if you are watching that, feel free to join us, share your thoughts in the chat as we watch one of the biggest, most exciting, most explosive heavyweight boxing contests. I don't want to say of all time, but from a British perspective, it definitely is of all time. These two British fighters selling out Wembley Stadium for the heavyweight championship of the world. It's so big. It is so big. It is everywhere right now here. It's all anyone's talking about. It's just such a big, big thing. So very, very excited about that. If you haven't dropped a like on that stream, drop a like because it makes a big, big difference. I will be pleading for those likes tomorrow. So if we can make a nice early start on that, it'll be really, really appreciated. So that's tomorrow. We're not going to talk about that well, maybe we'll touch on it again, but I am very excited about it, and we're doing UFC as well. Tonight, we've got Smackdown, and tonight on Smackdown, we've got Charlotte Flair and Ronda Rousey in a contract signing. We've got, I don't know if we've got Roman. I was under the impression we did, but I've seen no mention of Roman, so maybe we don't. We've got Riddle against Jey Uso. We got Drew McIntyre taking on Sammy Guevara in a Lumberjack match. I don't know if we're going to have Ricochet on the show or not. Those are the only things that I've seen actually announced. Oh, Madcap and Angel as well. I've seen that, but literally who cares? So we've got, Charlotte versus Ronda contract signing. Madcap versus Angel. Riddle against Jey Uso. Drew McIntyre versus Sami Zayn in a Lumberjack match. So we've got that. Not loads in the way of news, but a few little bits and bobs for us to go through. So we can touch on that. But hello. Ryan said, do you think this will be Tyson's last fight? Funny, it really interested you should ask that because Tyson is saying yes, and I saw a TalkSport interview where the two TalkSports radio presenters are very to the point. Yeah, no nonsense. They're to the point. Yeah, and they were saying to Tyson, come on. As soon as this fight's done, you'll retire, but then you're going to turn around and say, look, I'm coming back. You'll come back for this, you'll come back for that. And he was adamant. No, I'm done. I am done. He was adamant that he's done tomorrow. He's like, I've done it all. Apart from the AJ fight, which I just cannot get done, there is nothing else for me. And they said, well, what about Usyk? And he said, well, you can't keep moving the goalposts. No one said Usyk to me all this time. And now Usyk's come along. Now everyone's saying Usyk. There's always going to be someone else. So his wife today was asked the question, and she said, if the AJ fight did present itself and we could get it done, I think he would be tempted for that, but that would be the only thing that he would do. So this is potentially the last Tyson Fury fight, and this does have a connection to wrestling, by the way. I know some of you will be sat there going, I don't care about boxing. That's absolutely fine. Let's not forget Tyson Fury stepped into a wrestling ring and had a match against Braun Strowman, and he's made noises about wanting to return. A Tyson Fury in his prime as the ex-heavyweight champion of the world is going to be a big draw, right? People love Tyson Fury. They're going to tune in to see what he's doing. I think there's every opportunity, every chance that we see Tyson Fury at next year's WrestleMania and maybe that show in Cardiff. I think Tyson Fury, I'm not going to say that he's going to wrestle, but if he is retired, then yes, I think he does. To be honest, I think if he is retired, then how are you going to do a show in the UK and not have Tyson Fury on it when Tyson Fury is one of the biggest sports stars in the world from the UK? He's been in WWE before. I mean, it's just tick, 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 ticks every single box. And if you turned around to Tyson Fury and said, "Oh, Tyson, you know how you're a massive wrestling fan? Do you fancy having a match at this show where there's going to be 70-odd thousand people? It's the first big show we've done in the UK since 1992. In what realm does he turn around and go, "Oh, no, I don't fancy it, thanks. I'm all right"? Of course he's going to. And, of course, they're going to want him to as well. So, yeah, all of this is connected. But I think that if that Joshua fight does present itself, I think he'll take it. If it doesn't, then he's saying that he's done. His wife is saying that he's done. I think he could be done. I genuinely think this could be the last time we see Tyson Fury fight, boxing-wise. I don't know if he'd be tempted to, go in against someone like Ngannou and do like a boxing versus MMA type thing. But what he was saying on TalkSport was that he's been very blessed. He's reached the mountaintop and he's done it without suffering any kind of major injury. He's still got his faculties. He's still got his health. He wants to enjoy his family and enjoy, spending time with them. I mean, it does make sense when you hear him talk. And it does make sense, this idea of who else is there to beat. He's beaten everyone. He's cleaned, not quite cleaned the division out. You've got AJ and you've got Usyk. I would say that's it. AJ and Usyk, that is it. And in his mind, Usyk's just come up from a lower weight and is not a name, really. It's not someone that he's bothered by. It's not someone that no one's been going, "Oh, you're going to fight Usyk, you're going to fight Usyk." It's always been, "You're going to fight AJ, you're going to fight AJ." So I think the AJ fight is the one that he is interested in. Whether we get it or not, don't know. Troy said, "Where is Roman?" I don't know. I mean, he worked a big schedule, didn't he? He worked a big schedule, and I think that he is now maybe just having a bit of a family time, very intense, as wrestling is. You got to remember, we don't know what's happening with his health as well, so I'm not saying there's anything wrong there, but I'm just saying that, does he need a little break once in a while? I would imagine that he's done a big build for WrestleMania. He's been the champ for 600 odd days. If he's asked for a few weeks off, they're going to give it him, aren't they? So hopefully it's nothing more than that. I never thought Roman would be an undisputed champion, says King Savage. Edward said, if AJ wins the rematch, surely Fury AJ happens. How many times we've been there, though? Surely Fury AJ happens. I mean, I feel like we've got close to that fight about several times, and it just never happens. I mean, there was once where, wasn't it all done and dusted, and then I think the contracts, I think they were, I can't even remember if they were signed, but we got to the point where it was everything was looking good, and then Deontay Wilder went to court to demand that he gets that third match. He wasn't willing to step aside. He wanted that third fight. And if that third Wilder fight hadn't have happened, it would have been Fury against AJ. And so they came that close to doing it. But Wilder went to the courts, got the courts to agree. And so he was next in line. His rematch was deemed more important than the Joshua unification fight. So Wilder got that third fight, lost it, but he got it, and that's it. Joshua then had to go and find a different opponent, which turned out to be Usyk. Usyk then beat Joshua. It's all really messy. I mean, to be honest, if Joshua doesn't beat Usyk in this rematch, I mean, it's all done anyway, isn't it? Because is Fury against Joshua as big of a deal if Joshua doesn't have his belts? I really don't know. I mean, how can Joshua claim to be the best heavyweight of this generation if he's just faced and lost twice to Usyk? So, yeah. We'll be covering all this tomorrow, though. We can cover all of this. Aseeb said, I'm confused. You want to bring videos onto the channel and then you keep doing shorts. Surely you could do a decent breakdown of the fight, 15, 20 minutes or something. No, to be honest, because the short videos work really, really well. I think if I am to bring videos to the channel, I think they will be shorts, and there's a few reasons for that. First of all, we can just get to the points. Honestly, I think if you do like 15, 20-minute breakdowns and all of this, they take quite a long time to do. So not only do you have to spend longer on them, but also, you know, there's a lot of filler in there. I think that you can really cut down to the key points within a minute, you know, rather than do a 5-minute video that's, you know, hey guys, welcome to the blah, 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 and all of that kind of stuff. Yeah, not that that's filler. I mean, it's a nice hello, whatever, but you don't need it, do you? So cut all that away. Just get to the meat. Just nothing but meat. Not messing around with anything. So I like it for that reason. The other thing as well is obviously they're a bit more quicker to produce when they're shorter as well, which means that I should be able to get more done. So, you know, the plan would be that we could get a few videos out a week, not just one 15-minute one, but get a few out as well. So, you know, I've always been a volume guy. You know, I've always been someone that's tried to get as much stuff out there as possible. If you look at the channel's been running since 2016. It's done nearly 4,500 videos on this channel alone since we started in 2016. Like, that's a lot of videos. So, yeah, I think that ability to, you know, right, here's this subject, get it out there. But the biggest reason, the third one, the biggest one out of all of them, is when you make a shorter video, you can actually share it in more places. I can put it in more places. You might have noticed videos have started to go onto Instagram. They've started to go onto Twitter. They've started to go on Facebook. You can't do that if you have a 15, 20-minute video. If you have a 1-minute video, you can actually put it on all those other sites as well, which hopefully means it reaches more people rather than just being dropped onto YouTube. Do you know what I mean? Just rather than just being dropped onto here, let's try and get it out to as many places as possible. So that's not something we've been able to do before, because I think the Twitter limit, I can't remember exactly what it is, but I think, like, I know on Instagram there's it's about a minute. I think on Facebook it's longer in truth, but I've only just started going onto there, and Twitter's definitely got a cap as to how long you can have. So I like the idea that if we are now going to spend this time making videos, which we are, I just want as many people to watch. Why do I want not that many people to watch it? I want as many people to watch and interact with it as possible. This is the best way of doing that. Jaden said, the reason why Roman hasn't been on SmackDown is because Raw after WrestleMania on commercial break, there's a 6-man tag with McIntyre, New Day versus Bloodline, and a fan attacked Roman. I've not heard about that at all. Superman said, Days, who do you think Roman's next opponent will be? They teased Shinsuke, to be honest. They teased Shinsuke, but I don't know if we are going to be going that way. So, Days, I hope you like the players that sent. Don't go into it here, as this isn't football. Yep. We can try and have a look at that tomorrow. What do you think of Ten Hag and 170 million? Well, that's football, and we can touch on that. I said tomorrow, Sunday, I mean. Yeah, I mean, look, highlights. I love that Ten Hag's announced he's going to need that money. I've been talking a lot about how United need to go into the transfer market, the free transfer market, where, you know, the free agents. Just been having a little look in there, see who's available. Players like Modric are available, you know, for free this summer. And we've been talking a little bit about Nketiah at Arsenal. I actually like Nketiah. I've watched him quite a bit this season. I say a little bit. It's only because he's played a little bit, but I've seen him in the cup games. He played the other day against Chelsea and scored twice. He was already on my radar because he's actually got the record for the most goals for the England under-21s. No one has scored more for England under-21s than Nketiah. And so I've been waiting to see, like, him get his opportunity. And he just cannot break into that Arsenal team. So Arteta actually came out and said that he was wrong about Nketiah. He should have been giving him more chances. I kind of think, like, as a little backup striker for United, you know, he's 23 or something. He shows that he can score against Chelsea. He's got goals in the Premier League. 23, England under-21, scored more goals than anyone in under-21 history. I would be really tempted to pick him up. I think, you know, I'm not going to say it plugs the gap up there because you're still going to need a bigger name up there. But if you prioritize all the other areas and then you have Nketiah as your number 9, maybe Nketiah and Ronaldo next year, I have no problem with that whatsoever. Zero problem with that. Nketiah's free. So you could bring him in, put him up front with Ronaldo. You then can spend your 170 million on all the other positions. And if you had like Modric come in, that would be great. That'd be a great replacement for Pogba, who's going. Obviously, it'd be great to get Rudiger. He's free. So, yeah, I think we need to get in a few free players and then use that 170 or I've heard up to 200 million wisely. So, but we can touch on that on Sunday. Have you heard about Sasha being pregnant? I haven't. No, I haven't. Aiden, shout out to you. I think I responded to it, yeah. Daniel said, you've got New Japan. You've got any New Japan AEW matches in your head? I think Okada should main event the show and beat whoever he faces. Hang on. Have you got any New Japan AEW matches in your head? I think Okada should main event the show. And beat whoever he faces. Kenny returns with a face-off to build to next year's show. Yeah, I mean, I would like... my mind has been changed on this, to be honest, because I would like to see Okada Omega, but I've been told, as you're kind of alluding to there, that Omega's not going to be back in time. So if Omega's not going to be back in time, then I think you've probably got to do Okada Danielson. It's the match that a lot of people have been shouting about. I would have done Omega Okada and I would have done Danielson Zack Sabre Jr. But you can't do that if Okada's not Okada. If Omega is injured. So if Omega is injured, then you need to do Okada Danielson. I like the idea of Kenta, CM Punk, the whole GTS connection thing. I like the idea of Takahashi against Darby Allin. I really like that. Both smaller guys and both very exciting. I think Darby Allin likes to really throw it in. So does Takahashi. And I think that could be a lot of fun. That could steal the show. Takahashi against Darby Allin, I think, would be brilliant. Tanahashi is kind of the ace of New Japan. He's kind of seen as their Jericho. He's kind of seen as their elder statesman. He's kind of seen as their John Cena, their Roman Reigns. He's their big dog, if you will. The only thing I would say is he's not their Roman Reigns in the sense of Roman's their big dog now. I'd say Tanahashi's time has been and gone. Tanahashi is like Cena. Cena's the best comparison, really. Super big baby face. Was, multiple-time IWGP champion. He's had loads of historic matches, but his best years are definitely behind him. Tanahashi against Cena would be an incredible match if they did New Japan WWE. If you do New Japan against AEW, I think it's hard because I don't know who you'd put up against him. We've already had Tanahashi Jericho. They did it in New Japan. So I don't know. I don't really know who Tanahashi would go up against now. It would have to. I feel like there'd probably be options for it, but that would take a little bit of thought, to be honest. That one. But the ones I like: Takahashi Darby, love it. Kenta against CM Punk, love it. I never had a problem with Okada against Danielson. I just think I would love to see Omega Okada one last time. So yeah, there's definitely some matches out there. And I'd like to get GOD on as well, Gorillas of Destiny, the tag team. Maybe you do them against FTR, but not as sold on that. Danhausen against Toru Yano could be fun, says Jim. Charlie said, I hope Finn Balor goes to AEW, but as you said in your short, he could move on to bigger things. He's already lost to Roman, but a program with Cody would be incredible. Yeah, I mean, yeah, absolutely. My hope is now that he does go on to bigger things. My hope is that they're not... I think putting the belt on Austin Theory is fine. I think that's fine, or Theory. I think that's fine. But Finn Balor, I think, is the one that I'm more focused on, because you know what Theory's going to do now. He's going to hold that belt for a little while. You know, I see him holding it till SummerSlam at least. And I think that he will, you know, just be used now on the show defending that belt. You know, he'll be probably trying to keep hold of it and not wanting to defend it and doing that usual heel stuff, taking loads of selfies with himself with the belt. You know, it kind of feels like it writes itself, really, what you do with Theory. What you do with Balor, though, isn't as clear. I know what I would like to do with him, and that is move him more towards the top of the cards and certainly have him involved in Money in the Bank, for example. Potential opponent for Cody, which I really like that idea. Failing that, then you could put him in a feud with Kevin Owens. I can't remember if they've feuded on the main roster. They probably have. They almost certainly have, but I can't quite recall it. What I can recall is them feuding in NXT and shows like Beast in the East back in 2015, which is like 7 years ago now. And those matches were brilliant. Watch that Beast in the East match from 2015. It's so good. It's really good. And, that could be a feud that really helps both guys, keeps both relevant. Even though they're nowhere near, say, the title, God, that'd be a damn good feud. And if you could use it to then reintroduce and bring back the Demon as well, I think people would be into that. So, yeah, lots of options, and I definitely agree. Hopefully it moves him back towards the top of the card. Did you know that Paige hasn't been on TV for 758 days? I didn't, but I can believe that. It certainly felt like it's been a while, so... what's your favourite boy wrestler and favourite girl wrestler? Boy wrestler ever. Do you know, it's really hard. I struggled earlier, actually, with... there was... I don't know if you saw this plaque. I'll see if I can find it. So, boy wrestler might be The Undertaker. The reason why I say might be is because there's a few other names in that conversation. But, and there's certainly some stuff Undertaker was involved in that, wasn't really to my taste. But overall, and the streak especially, I loved it. I loved it. And he is every bit the legend. Every bit the legend that's respect and everything that he gets. He absolutely has earned, and he absolutely deserves. And the thing that I struggled with earlier, I'm just going to show it now. I don't know if you saw this. I got sent this on Twitter. Look at this. Look at this. This is really cool. And you can still pre-order it, apparently. It's only £55, right? And I say only. The reason why I say that is because, yes, that is expensive. But I honestly thought it was going to be more than that. So what this is it is a plaque that has got 3 bits of fabric on, okay? One of them is the carpet that was used during his Hall of Fame induction speech. So as he's doing the speech, the carpet that is actually on the floor is been cut up and put in this plaque, right? That is pretty sweet. I mean, just that alone, I think, is a very, very special item. Then you also get the canvas used during the Undertaker's statue reveal. So when they unveiled his statue, you get a bit of the sheet that was over the statue. That's in the middle. And then you also get over here the sheet that was used. Hang on. The canvas used during that. So you get the sheet when they pulled it off the statue, but you also get a bit of the ring canvas as well that the statue and Undertaker was on when that statue was revealed. So you're getting 3 things there. You're getting a bit of the ring from his actual speech, a bit of the ring from when he unveiled the statue that you can see there, and a little bit of the sheet that was used to cover the statue. It's a bit quirky. There's I don't know why 380, but maybe that's because that's how many pieces they could get. I don't know, but 380, that kind of thing. Honestly, if you think they're selling, I heard they're selling Vince billion-dollar bill, right, and a t-shirt for like $100. So I've heard that they're selling this billion-dollar bill, and it's got Vince McMahon's face in. I don't believe it's signed or anything like this. It's just a billion-dollar bill they've made, and you get a Vince t-shirt. $100, right? That is £54. I think that works out to be like, say, $75, $80. And that doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever, because, like, that billion-dollar bill doesn't mean anything. Like, they've just made it. It hasn't been used on a show or anything like this, to my knowledge. It's not one from WrestleMania or anything. Maybe if it was from WrestleMania, then I could understand it a bit better. So if it was used at WrestleMania, then fair play. But to my knowledge, I don't believe it is. And a t-shirt's a t-shirt. So they're charging $100 for that, but only like 80 odd for that. And I think that, if you're an Undertaker fan, is like limited edition. I mean, so personal to that moment as well. I love little bits like that. Where I've struggled is I've been like, oh, God, do I get that? Do I not get that? That's where I've struggled. I think, I mean, I haven't yet, and I don't know that I will, to be honest, but I definitely have been debating it. One of my problems is that it's not in the UK. It's not in Euroshop. You have to buy it from America, which would mean that I would have to buy it and then get it shipped. So my cost goes up with the shipping. So it's probably going to be double for me. But even double, as I said, it's £50. If I pay $100 to get it shipped as well, like that and shipped, it's not bad, is it? That's not bad. It still doesn't feel bad. For like a really nice plaque on the wall. Do you know what I mean? If a wrestling fan was to come round to your house, they'd be like, what's that? You'd be like, let me tell you. That is a little bit of the ring from The Undertaker's Hall of Fame speech, which arguably is the greatest Hall of Fame speech of all time. I don't know, man. I thought that was pretty good. I thought it was pretty sweet. So I really like that. There's lots of WrestleMania plaques that have just gone up as well. So if you are into that kind of thing, check out. We are not sponsored by WWE Shop, by the way. Sometimes we do get, not sponsored, but we do get a code for Euroshop, and we do sometimes shout about that because it helps people. But I just genuinely think this is a really great item. I really like it. So, but I'm still like, oh, I don't know. I think the reason why I'm like that is because, yeah, this is amazing, but you know they're going to come out with something else amazing. There'll be something else they'll come out with that'll make me go, oh, my, yeah, but I need that now. And, oh, yeah, I need that now. I'm really trying to cut down on that. Oh, my God, I need that now. I still haven't got that Hogan figure that comes with the Hogan AE5 belt, which, I desperately want that figure, and that's like another 30-odd quid. And, man, these things still add up. I've got to spend 25 quid tomorrow to get the Tyson Fury fight, so... Do you know what I mean? These things add up, man. These things add up. Matt said, why is pro wrestling so big in Japan? Where is it not? Let's say India or Russia. What's in the Japanese spirit that attracts them to this art form? Well, I mean, I think there's a few reasons for that. I believe that Ricky Dozan is the person that really brought pro wrestling over to Japan. So Ricky Dozan was a fighter in Korea who moved over to Japan and started wrestling and brought his love of wrestling over to Japan. Obviously, it was there anyway. I mean, wrestling, you can trace it all the way back to ancient history, you know. I mean, there's probably, I think there are hieroglyphics of cavemen, like, grappling. Like, it's fighting, isn't it? I mean, fighting, it's the oldest thing in the world. Fighting. And so, you know, wrestling is that. It's grappling, it's wrestling, it's fighting. So I kind of feel like it is prevalent in most cultures. The professional wrestling, though, I think that's really caught on in certain areas more so than others. You know, if you think about India, 50-odd million people tuned into WrestleMania, so let's not get it twisted. It's massive in India. 50-odd million tuned into WrestleMania in India. Is it big in Bulgaria? I couldn't tell you. Is it big in, you know, as you say, Russia? I couldn't tell you. I don't know, to be honest. The only thing I do know is that what we hear about is New Japan and we hear about All Japan, we know about Antonio Inoki, we know about the Great Baba, we know about all these things. And I know that you can trace that back to Ricky Dozan, who trained Antonio Inoki, and he trained the Giant Baba, and they then formed New Japan and All Japan Pro Wrestling. So I know it goes back to that. Maybe a few of these places just haven't had those moments. Maybe a few of these places just haven't had those people that have really set up that infrastructure. So, and did you know that Mexican wrestling is actually a lot more current than what you would think? You can trace Mexican wrestling back to like the 1800s, but the way that they wear masks and the way that it's got that kind of tradition, it really feels like it goes all the way back, but it doesn't. Like, it goes back to like, I think around the 1800s. So it sort of grew at the same time that it did in America. But it's just really weird that, like, in Mexico, there seems to be more tradition, and there seems to be, like, the masks and the lucha style, and, you can't take your mask off and all this kind of stuff. It's just as modern, if you will, as in America. So, yeah, it's interesting. There is a lot in, the history of professional wrestling that you can, like, get your teeth into. The truth is that I think it probably is bigger in other countries, just because I think you've had certain key individuals that have helped it grow in those areas, and I think there's still a few places that maybe haven't had that and are still kind of really waiting for that, I mean, has there been a big superstar come out of Bulgaria? I really don't know. I know that Rusev pretended to be there for a while. Did that do anything to pro wrestling in Bulgaria? Did they gravitate towards Rusev at that time? I genuinely don't know. I haven't heard about any impact that had in Bulgaria. Of course, he changed and then, became Russian. But doesn't he have the Bulgarian tattoo on him and all of this? I know it's weird that we're focused on Bulgaria, but I'm just using that as an example. I have no idea if that hasn't now maybe sparked something. You got to remember, though, that if it did, and now maybe pro wrestling has got a foothold in that country, they're going to be so far away from a promotion that's going to get to New Japan levels. Do you know what I mean? Like, how do you get to New Japan? How are you going to get to WWE levels? Like, it borderline feels like you can't. It feels like WWE pretty much have got the monopoly. And New Japan are fighting to keep their piece. AEW are fighting for their piece. Some little regional thing in Bulgaria ain't going to do much, is it? So, don't know. It's really hard to know how big these things are around the world. But I would say that it's certainly more established in certain places than others. Jeremy said, I'm excited for SummerSlam this year. Daniel said, would you have someone for Ospreay to face? Sure. He's teased him and Pac for the show. Their last meeting was a time limit draw in 2019. Yeah, I mean, look, there's certain people I feel you're going to need on that show. If it is a true super show, you're going to need Ospreay. You're going to need Okada. You're going to need Naito, Ibushi, Takahashi, Tanahashi, Suzuki, Ishii. I feel like all of these you're going to need on that show to make it a true super. If you didn't have like those kinds of names and you had Great Okan, do you know what I mean? And you had, Yano and maybe Kenta was the biggest name you got. Maybe Kenta and Switchblade. Kenta, Switchblade, Suzuki are like some of the big names. And then you get Yano, you get, do you know what I mean? Like Finjuice. People like this, then I kind of feel like it's going to not feel like the super show that's been promised. But I don't think they'll do that. I think they've built this thing now up in everyone's minds that if they don't go big, if they don't go all out, if they don't go and get Okada, Naito, Takahashi, all these names, it's going to feel like a massive missed opportunity, and also I don't want to say it's going to backfire, but I think it'll leave a bit of a sour taste in the mouth. Because this is a show that it's not for the casuals. The casuals aren't going to care about this. I'd imagine it'll do all right, but I don't know if it's going to... I don't know. I can't quite pitch how well it's going to do. The kids are not going to know these New Japan stars. And if you are someone that doesn't know New Japan wrestlers, don't worry about it, because I don't know loads. I mean, I try to watch Wrestle Kingdom each year, and in the past I've watched things like Dominion, and I've watched some of the G1, and so I've got an all right kind of knowledge as to what their roster looks like, but I do not watch it on a regular basis at all, to the point where I couldn't even tell you who their champion is right now. I know that it has been Ibushi. I think, was it last year, Evil had a bit of a run with it. But I couldn't tell you who it is right now. I couldn't tell you who the Neverweight Open champion is. I can't tell you who the junior heavyweight champion is. Like, legit, I don't know. So, and I'm someone that, streams a lot of wrestling, talks about a lot of wrestling. But New Japan's just not on my radar. It's not a promotion that I watch. So I am excited for it, because I think you don't need to watch it to get excited for this show if you've got some kind of basic knowledge of New Japan. But I promise you, there are many people out there that don't. Many people out there that don't. So I think that this show feels like it's for the hardcores. It feels like it's for those fans that dreamed about, imagine if we get AEW New Japan, This is it feels like a thank you. It feels like a reward. It feels like a, here you go. Tony Khan saying, really, he cares about pro wrestling. He wants to put on the best shows possible. He wants to put on the shows that the fans want to see. If you hodgepodge it now, if you just throw out, the mid-level wrestlers, it's going to feel like a massive missed opportunity, bit of a sour taste in the mouth. I just don't. They can't afford to do that in my mind. I think that would be do you know what I mean? That could be. You could really let down your hardcore fan base, who will forgive you. It's not a problem that they won't forgive you. They will forgive you, but why would you want to do that? Why would you want to dangle that carrot in front of them and then not give them those names? And I've seen people speculating, they won't bring over the big names. They won't bring over the big names. They'll just use the New Japan Strong crew, which they could, to be honest. I'm not saying they won't. They could. I just think that would be a hell of a mistake if they do. Hell of a mistake. So, we'll see. I need to see that card. I want to see what the card looks like. I'm not interested in wrestling. I saw... Oh, it's gone. I'm not interested in wrestling. Is always an interesting start. I'm not interested in wrestling. I saw a real signed Christian Bale Dark Knight poster for $75. Would you buy it if you was interested? And would you say that's a bargain? Yes. If you are a fan of Christian Bale and you are a fan of The Dark Knight and it's like one of your favourite films, then that sounds like a brilliant piece. How can you ever know, though, that he signed it? How can you ever know that? If it's on eBay, you see, this is why when I buy something, I tend to buy Topps cards that are, actually signed. They're signed. They're Topps cards. Could there be an industry out there where people are just making counterfeit Topps cards? I have no idea, but I don't think so. I've not heard of that. I've not heard that there's people... I've heard of people doing counterfeit items like T-shirts and forging signatures. I can't say I've heard them doing it with collectors cards, not WWE collectors cards and things like that. So I do have a collection of those because I feel a little bit more comfortable that those are legit. But you still can never be too sure. If you're willing to take that risk, £75, and it looks good when you compare it to other signatures, the signature looks good, you like it, yeah, I would go for it. £75 in the grand scheme of life is not the biggest amount of money, is it? You know, I mean, my computer cost $800, so you know, my phone costs me £180 a month because when we stream, I have to use the data from that phone. So do you know what I mean? Like in the grand scheme of life, £75 is not that much. So yeah, I think if you're into that, then go for it. But just be careful because, you know, there's a lot of stuff out there that isn't genuine. You know, I haven't bought any signed pictures from wrestlers on eBay or anything. I've only ever gone for the collector's cards that are tops, and, you know, I know what they look like, and I know what's a few little things to look out for there. So I feel a lot more comfortable with them. Do you want to see mid-card belts involved with Backlash, or are you not bothered about them, says Hasib? No, I would see them. I think that I think they should feel important, and I think in order to feel important, they should be a good feud, good builds, and be on the pay-per-views. So, no, I mean, right now, I would say I'm not massively bothered by them, because I'm not massively bothered by the champions. I mean, Theory has only just won. And I think that his reign, I don't expect it to be an incredible reign. I think he's going to be a heel. I think he's going to be running away from matches. I think he's just going to do that standard heel stuff, to be honest. I can't see this being a legendary run where he's going to take on everyone and it's just going to be killer match after killer match. I don't really see Theory at that point in his career. Like, you know how Cena was doing the US Open Challenge and that was really fun. I don't see Theory doing anything like that. So the Theory stuff is right for him. I'm not down on it. It's right for him, and it's probably, you know, the right thing we should be doing. I just don't see it being a legendary run, but I would still put him in great feuds and still use it on the pay-per-view. And with Ricochet, I mean, it hasn't been great up till now, has it? I mean, he wasn't at WrestleMania. I think, didn't he defend it against both members of Los Lotharios? And I can't remember what else he's done. So, again, give him a great feud. Put him on the pay-per-view. That's all it needs. Just haven't had that up to this point for him. So, those belts are only ever going to feel as important as you make them feel. It's as simple as that. And I think they should feel pretty damn important because they are. You know, I can't be the only one that remembers back to Bret Hart and Honky Tonk Man and all that kind of stuff. Like, you know, Jericho, and, you know, there's been some incredible Intercontinental title reigns. And as I just said, that John Cena US Open Challenge, that was brilliant. IWGP Junior Heavyweight is El Desperado. Oh. Maybe he'll be on the show then, defending that or something. I wonder if the belts will be involved. Probably not. Because I'd imagine it's just like Survivor Series, where the belts aren't going to change hands. It's more just exhibitions. But you probably still want to put your champions on. Well, I hope they put the champions on. So maybe that's a name we can expect to see. Daniel said, the fact it is the United Center where Punk debuted, which still to this day is AEW's biggest audience, makes me think they're going for big matches, hence the size of the arena. I think they'll do big matches. I think you have to, as I said. Otherwise, I think you're just dangling a carrot and you're going to upset a lot of people. So I think that the big stars will come over for it. How many is up for, you know, debate, and what those matches actually look like is up for debate, but it's all good fun stuff, isn't it? So yeah, I mean, look, it's positive, it's real positive. I think it's a show that has got people talking, it's got people intrigued. I'm looking forward to it, and I think it's on a Sunday as well. We looked, so we can do it, so we are doing it. If anyone wondered, we are doing it. Days, who said it was off eBay? No one. I'm just saying, if it is, just be careful. And it was the only one in stock. It's the cheaper for £10 or $25 is obviously not real, and I'm willing to take the risk. I don't trust eBay. Jaden said, did you hear about Brock Lesnar's new championship called the Undisputed Championship? It looks beastie. well, the Undisputed Championship's an old championship from around the kind of Ruthless Aggression time. And that is the belt that Brock carried. So if they have done one of those... I think I've seen it, actually. I think they have made a, like, tribute belt for him. They've kind of run out of belts to make now, replicas to make, that they've got the rights to. I think there's a lot of their old belts they actually, surprisingly, don't have the rights to. This is why you're not seeing every WWE championship. You know, I think Mattel would love to make, like, some of those old belts. Like, they made a Bruno Sammartino figure, Mattel did, and they didn't give him his belt. Bruno held the title for so long, he actually had a belt that only he held. No other wrestler held it. And it's known as the Bruno belt. It's blue. It's a blue belt. And it was the WWE Championship. It came in when he was champion, and they got rid of it whilst he was still champion. He's the only one to hold it. You would think it would be a no-brainer that they would put that belt with that figure, but they didn't. And I know that I've spoke to Dave Meltzer. I've spoke to the guy that designs the figures. Oh, man, why can't I remember his name? And Bill McKenna. Spoke to Bill McKenna about it in person, and he was saying they don't have the rights to some of those old belts. So now they've started to make new belts, like to pay tribute to wrestlers. They've been doing it for a year or two. And I did see a Brock one came out. Yeah, I did see a Brock one that came out. If the Forbidden Door doesn't consist of superstars like Ospreay, Okada, Naito, etc., and the names like Suzuki, Juice Robinson, David Finlay, would you be interested in it and still watch it? I'd need to see the cards. I mean, it's difficult to sit here and say, I'll watch it if it's this, I won't watch it if it's that, because there could still be some great builds, there could still be some interesting matches, even if the biggest names aren't involved. Without seeing what the final card looks like, seeing what the build looks like, it's hard to say, isn't it? I mean, right now, we're watching it, and I expect it to be big names. If it is going to be smaller names, then how small? What do the matches look like? What's the build like? I think there's probably still a great chance that we do watch it, because I think I'm free on that Sunday anyway. So, but, you know, it's a pay-per-view as well, isn't it? So they are charging people money to watch this thing. I don't think it's not special or anything, is it? It's going to be a proper pay-per-view, so there's got to be some big names involved. There's got to be some big names involved. Matt says, Attitude Era, Ruthless Aggression, PG Era, is periodic reinvention essential for longevity, and will AEW have to shed its skin for a new one? Well, I wouldn't say that they reinvent themselves. I don't think they do these eras for reinvention. I think that just naturally, as you progress as a company, you naturally encounter these different periods of your business. So, for example, you know, they were PG, and then all of a sudden they came up against WCW that were reading out their results, and they had like an attitude. You know, you had the NWO who were invading WCW, and they were really trying to make out like WWF stars were switching over. You know, that whole NWO thing, there was people that genuinely believed that Hall and Nash had just left WWF and just wandered over to WCW. And that was the story they were telling. They were being invaded by this new world order. They were, you know, these weren't people interested in being WCW stars, but equally, they weren't bothered about being WWF stars. They were NWO stars, and that's what made that all really cool, and it was quite a grey area, and that's pre-internet, and, you know, people didn't know the truth. And WWE had to respond to that, and they had to get a bit of attitude. they had to like fight fire with fire because they were getting caned in the ratings. You know, famously 83 weeks went by and WCW won the rating war. So, you know, both shows going head to head, WCW beating them week after week after week after week after week after week. Do that 83 times. So you can understand that eventually they go, we're going to need to change something. We're going to have to get a bit of attitude or something. And they did. And there's the Attitude Era. Once the Attitude Era ended, there was no one to really have attitude against. And so they switched to a Ruthless Aggression Era. That is a bit of a rebranding because it's the end of WCW. They want to keep the attitude, but they don't need... They also want to be a little bit more friendly for the advertisers. And they're not fighting against WCW anymore at that point. So, yeah, you move out of attitude and go into Ruthless Aggression. And then, you know, as things go by and the world gets a bit more easily offended and, the advertisers are not willing to advertise on things that, if you've got blood and all that kind of stuff, WWE then adapts and goes, okay, we'll go PG, we'll go full on PG. And so they've gone back to being a PG product now, mainly so that they can keep advertisers sweet and appeal to the most biggest, broadest market possible. I mean, there isn't really a network that would turn WWE down because what's offensive about WWE? This is the whole point. It's family-friendly entertainment that really doesn't set out to try and offend people. You can argue it does because it has some bad segments and, things that happen that maybe people don't like, but overall it doesn't try to offend anyone anymore. And none of this reinvention is to stay fresh. It's to exploit opportunity. It's to change results. It's needed. And AEW will go through that. AEW will go... Right now, they'll do a lot of bloods. They'll do a lot of this and that. If they find themselves in a situation where they've got to go PG to move to a different network, they're going to have to do it. And then that'll be the start of AEW's PG era. Right now, I don't think they're classed as PG. You get a lot of bloods. We see a lot of blood. You get a lot of, weapons and, all this kind of stuff. So, they will have to go through that without a shadow of a doubt. As the product evolves and as time moves on and as networks come and go and all this kind of stuff, there will have to be tweaks and changes that get made. But I don't think it's a case of reinvention. I really don't. I don't think it's a case of reinvention. I think, and freshening up. I think it's more a case of just adapting to the business that you have to adapt to, and if you need to go PG to please a network, then so be it. If you need to get a bit more fiery to beat a rival, then so be it. Forbidden Door is going to be the same price as normal AEW pay-per-views, which is $17.99, says Adam. I'm feeling pretty good that there will be big names on it. I am feeling pretty good about that. I've just seen people speculating that they might just lean heavily on the AEW Strong roster, which I must admit they could. They could lean very heavy and then just bring over a couple of names rather than all the names that you would want to see. This is what I'm saying. We're going to have to wait and see what the card is. But, no, it's good. It's exciting. Ledge Killer, hello. Shout out to you. Alex said, are you getting one of those Panini boxes? No. Those trading card boxes are ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. The prices now of those. Alex sent me a picture of a box. What was it, 800 or so? I can't even remember how much it was, but it was a crazy amount of money. And what you got was 2 guaranteed autographs. I mean, my mind is blown. What if you end up with Ricochet and Dana Brooke? And that's it. You spent $800. Yeah, you got loads of cards. And you might have some nice, limited edition things in there. But Jesus, 800 odd pounds, like how much I paid for my computer. Like, I could spend 800 odd pound on eBay getting, old signatures and get a damn good collection of autographs rather than on a new pack and just get a couple. Like, it makes no sense to me whatsoever. I think they are now, it feels to me like they're pricing themselves away from the public, and I really, who's got that kind of money to spend on that? Is it just, I don't know, is there like a load of rich people running around that I'm not aware of? I thought the pandemic was hard on everyone, but now we're all dropping $800 odd on Panini cards. I don't know, man. I'm not, I can tell you that much. So, no. Do you know what football you're doing tomorrow? Nothing tomorrow. We're doing, the next game coming up is Liverpool-Everton on Saturday. Tomorrow, I am so focused, fully focused on Fury against Dillian White. I just want to be ready for that. That is everything into that. I've been doing so much research. I've got the undercard done. As I said, I've been watching the weigh-ins. I've watched the press conferences. I've been watching old fights. I've been watching videos that break down both fighters. Just been like trying to do as much as I can, really. So yeah, fully focused on that. I was told Hogan lost the IWGP title after he won the title in '84. Is that true? I believe he did win it and lose it on the same tour, but I don't think it classed as counting, to be honest. I don't think it classed as... I don't know. I know that he won the first ever, like, G1 type thing. He has actually got achievements with New Japan, yes. The problem you've got is some of them count and some of them don't count. For example, Antonio Inoki won the WWE Championship, legit, beat Bob Backlund in Japan. No controversy, nothing, beat Bob Backlund in Japan, right? It's not recognized because it happened at a time where he won the belt, and then before Bob went back to America, Bob won it back. And so, unless she was there, it never happened type thing. So, they count Bob Backlund's title reign as being like over 2,000 days. It's not. He legit lost the belt. But that happened quite a bit back in the old days. There's a lot of debate around how many title reigns Ric Flair has had, because Ric Flair is also someone that's lost the title on certain trips, but then won it back before he left. So he would drop the belt and win it back. But again, some of them didn't count because, well, they didn't happen type things, But I'm just having a look at Hogan's Wikipedia page, and it's got him winning the IWGP League tournament, which I think is a precursor to the G1 in '83. And it does have him as IWGP heavyweight champion. Yeah, it does list it. So it lists it, which I'm guessing means that they do recognize it as well. So this was Hogan in '83, and then Antonio Inoki. This belt, though, was deactivated, so they're saying that this belt was deactivated in 1987 and then replaced with the current belt. So the timeline, if you actually look at the current IWGP belt and go back in the timeline, it might not go back to Hogan, but Hogan did win the belt that was around before this one. I'm not talking about design. I'm talking about like the championship itself. That it ran and then stopped, and then they introduced a new one. So there's a break, and this new one is now what has gone on to be the one that's carried now. So the answer is yes, he is a former IWGP heavyweight champion. But there's a little asterisk next to it. Right. Here we go. We're going over to Smackdown. Bum, bum, bum. That feels new. That music feels a bit different. That's then now together thing. Then now forever together. I always think that's a bit wordy. Then, now, forever together. Sounds like an album title. By Taylor Swift. Right. We are in Albany, New York. It's time. Right, winner takes all tag team championship unification match. RK Bro against the Usos. Jey Uso against Riddle. WWE has always got to be extra about everything. They did change that intro. Oh, I thought so. Did you hear Otis Chad with Kurt? I did. I'm very excited about it. I think that's good. I like Table for 3. I think you can learn some really interesting stuff on it. So I will definitely be watching that. So yeah, good shout. Right, contract signing then. Ronda and Charlotte. Game changer. Charlotte Flair, right. Ronda, Charlotte, contract signing. I mean, these always go well, don't they? There's not going to be any drama here. Not in the old contract signing. Here is Charlotte, and she is in what I'm going to call a boiler suit. Sleeveless. Boiler suit, but still looks nice. I mean, I've got something like that I wear around the house, so... they always get the name wrong. It's Postman Pierce. Right, Charlotte's making her way down to the ring. Michael Colt said, it's Friday. You know what that means. Smackdown. Charlotte's getting into the ring. And we're just seeing how we got to this point. This is the Charlotte-Ronda feuds. Which, you know, goes back to WrestleMania. Days, there's a double tape-in tonight. I did hear that. I don't know why. Is there a... Are we busy next week? What are we doing? I don't understand. I don't know. What, could we not be bothered to do a live show next week? I don't know why we're doing a taping. Goofy is in the crowd, says Horatio Minds. Michael said, Charlotte looks like she's shopping at Becky Lynch's house. Not impressed. Lance, shout out to you. Welcome to the good sides. Larry said, if Ronda stays long enough in WWE, Heyman should be her mouthpiece. Do you think Jason Jordan returned to WWE and joined the Alpha Academy? Don't think so. I think he'd like to, but I haven't heard that he's going to be able to. At the moment, I don't have enough money, but I am considering buying Dark Knight Hot Toys. They are 300 to 500. 1/6 scale. Thoughts? I'm aware of those kinds of like statues that you can get at, like, Forbidden Planet. I mean, they're highly, highly detailed. My thoughts are, if that's the thing that you want to collect, then so be it. Do you know what I mean? My advice would be make sure that that is the thing, though. Because you don't want to be dropping that kind of money on something and then in a few years' time you decide, actually, I want to go with this now. Do you know what I mean? I kind of feel like if your passion is Dark Knight and that's what's resonated with you, and then go for it. Go for it. highly detailed. I am aware of those kind of. I've seen like the Batmobiles and everything. Look incredible. Here's Rowdy Ronda making her way down. Not having this at all. Forget Ronda Rousey. That's what the stream's thinking. Smile on her face, by the way, as she came out. Let's see if she... I don't know what's going on here. Adam Pearce telling them to bring out the contract. Here is Drew Gulak. Gulak coming down with the contract. Gulak jumping into the ring. There we go. Gulak staring at Charlotte. I'm super pumped for this opportunity. Yay! PowerPoint presentation from Drew Gulak. Charlotte tells him to shut up. Gulak's PowerPoint presentations in 205 Live were so good. They were so much fun. Damn it. Oh, I thought we was going to get a PowerPoint presentation. I'm gutted now. Charlotte says, I beat you at WrestleMania to Ronda. Okay. You tapped out. You tapped out. Let him in said, I love PowerPoints. She was fixing her bra, guys. And it is true because... there was some wardrobe issues, wasn't there, during WrestleMania? The only way to win is to make your opponent say, I quit. This is an I quit match at WrestleMania Backlash. Justice for Gulak. We need to cancel Charlotte Flair. AEW tickets at the LA Forum are $700 to $1,000 for floor tickets. Cheapest tickets are $107. Damn. Lance said there was a couple, yeah, a couple. But WWE put up like a black screen when it happened. Charlotte says she always finds a way to win. I'm going to make you say two of the most beautiful words. I quit. I can think of better words than that. Majestic. I like that word. I do. I like the word majestic. It feels good when you say it. Majestic. It's a good word. I is, I mean, do you know what I mean? What? It's very versatile. Quit. Charlotte again says, I beat you at WrestleMania. She's not giving Ronda much chance to say anything. Ronda's saying something, and Charlotte just keeps going, I beat you at WrestleMania. I beat you at WrestleMania. It's probably the best way of getting a Ronda promo. Don't give her much time to talk. I beat you at WrestleMania. No ref is going to save you. Okay, she's actually trying to put something into her promo here. Mic drop. You tapped out. You tapped out. I think they... Oh, table turned over. And a kendo stick was underneath the table, and she's hitting Ronda with it. Ronda grabs that kendo stick. Takes down Charlotte. Ah, look at Ronda going with that kendo stick. Oh, God, she got it right on the ankle. Oh, on the ankle. Ah. Gulak takes that kendo stick away. Oh, no. Now Gulak's on. Damn it. Piper's Pit to Gulak. Poor Gulak, man. All he wants to do is a PowerPoint presentation. And now an armbar to Gulak. Where's the pen? He's like, it's in my pocket. Hang on, it's in my pocket. Armbar. She's armbarring him while signing the contract. I don't really get how this is being allowed. Why are they allowing them to treat officials like this? Adam Pearce is just standing there as one of these officials, is just being beaten up. Imagine if Tyson Fury and Dillian White did that. They just start knocking out all these officials. I'm sure there'd be repercussions. I can tell you that much. Isn't that a heel move? It's a bit of a weird move. It's definitely a bit of a weird move. Bit of a weird segment. Her top looks like she's got blood all down the front of it. I've only just noticed that from Ronda. Please, Ronda, you are not a better professional than Charlotte. You wouldn't have walked off WrestleMania peeved off because your match wasn't the main event. That was unprofessional. I've heard that she wasn't bothered. She said in an interview she wasn't bothered about that. She said, like, you know, it was an honor to, you know, play second to fiddle to, like, Steve Austin. So, I don't know if that was just, like, PR. But, I don't know. She was saying that she wasn't bothered about not being the main event. Because, you know, understandably it was Stone Cold. Here's New Day. New Day. But it's not going to be New Day. Is it Xavier? I don't know what's happening. Xavier's got a bit of a King vibe going on again. God, there's a kid in the crowd going mental, man. No, they haven't. They haven't got him listed as King Xavier. They are still calling him Xavier. So Xavier Woods against Butch. Just a never-ending feud. It'll never end. It'll just keep going. I already know that Charlotte is going to win. This whole segment is a waste of time, says the kids. He's back in his King attire. Who is on your Mount Rushmore of women's wrestling? Manami Toyota is legit the best female wrestler ever. From Japan, 90s Japan. I would say Manami Toyota, Mildred Burke, maybe China. I think you could make an argument for a few other women as well. People like Aja Kong, Bull Nakano. June Byers as well. You can make an argument for June Byers. You can make an argument for the fabulous Moolah, and I know that people won't want to hear that, but she was the woman that the promoters would go to book women's wrestling. So if you wanted a women's match on your show back in the 60s, 70s, you would go to Fabulous Moolah, and you would say, can you send me a couple of your girls? And she would send them. Because women's wrestling wasn't a big thing. So if you wanted a couple of women's wrestlers, you would get in touch with the Fabulous Moon and she would send them out. And then she would take a cut of the pay. And obviously the controversy is she didn't treat them very well. She took a large chunk of the money they made and they just got, what was left over. And she basically was running the women's. But, I mean, she was so powerful that she really dominated women's wrestling. I mean, she obviously was the champ. She kept herself the champ. And that's why when she did lose the belt to Wendy Richter, it was listed that she'd been champ for 26 years because she was in charge of it all and did all the booking and everything. So maybe all the bad press around her. I gotta say, there's a lot of people that say she did good for them as well, though. There's a lot of people saying that she mistreated them, but there's a lot of people saying she did good. So Fabulous Moolah's a really divisive one. They obviously wanted to pay respect to her by calling the rest of the women's WrestleMania Battle Royal the Fabulous Moolah Women's Battle Royal. You know how you've got the Andre the Giant? Well, in WWE's eyes, they wanted to name the Andre the Giant equivalent for the women the Fabulous Moolah WrestleMania Battle Royal. But, there was too much backlash to it, and it didn't. It just got called the WrestleMania Women's Battle Royal, which they don't even do anymore. They haven't done it this year, and I don't think they did it last year. Or the year before. So I think it's probably been about 3 years since we had it. But anyway, I would say Manami Toyota. I need 4, don't I? Manami Toyota, I would say Mildred Burke. I would say maybe China, and June Byers would be a really damn good shout. I'm really stuck on June Byers, or I mean, I love Asuka, but that's a personal thing. I don't know if you can list her as being on the Mount Rushmore of women's wrestlers. Maybe Charlotte gets to that point. What with all of her title reigns, maybe she does reach that point. I know there'll be people saying Trish and Lita. I think Trish maybe. I think Lita's definitely behind Trish, and I think she's behind those other women as well. So you can maybe debate the fourth spot. You can maybe debate that fourth one. It's a good question, though. It's an interesting question. You left out Alundra Blaze. Yeah, she could go in that fourth spot. I love Alundra Blaze. For me, she was women's wrestling. But the problem with Alundra Blaze is in WWE in the 90s, there wasn't much of a women's division. So she has a few matches with Bull Nakano and Bertha Faye. But, I mean, she gets cut in 95. There's just not much that she can do. And there's only a couple of feuds that she actually has in WWE. Then she goes to WCW, and I think she gets used quite a bit as eye candy over there. I remember seeing her being in skimpy bikinis and all that kind of stuff. I love her in Japan, and she was women's wrestling to me in the 90s. Does she have? I mean, she's around at the wrong time, to be honest. If she was around now, or Ruthless Aggression era, rather than New Generation into Attitude, then maybe she does get chiseled onto the Mount Rushmore, but I don't think she can be one of those 4 as a result, because I just think that, not her fault, but she was let down by the time, and at that time they just weren't investing in women's wrestling. But if you've not seen any Manami Toyota, then go onto YouTube when you get a chance, Google her, search for her, and watch some of her best moments. I mean, she is so good, so good. I think she had, we checked this not long ago. I think she had 13 5-star matches by Dave Meltzer, which is more than any other woman in wrestling history. And going back to the mid-80s when Meltzer was starting doing his 5-star rating thing, no other woman has got more Meltzer 5-star ratings than Manami Toyota from Japan. We are underway anyway with Xavier Woods against Butch. She took on Meng in WCW and wrestled a lot of men in WCW. What do you think of Bray's tweet? I haven't seen it. Chronic said, if a morgue worker dies, they would still need to come into work one more time. They are not invested in women's wrestling. Rousey is a prime example. What, of now? I think they're more invested in women's wrestling now than they've ever been. I mean, look at Bianca Belair, and look at how the women have main evented WrestleMania and gone over to Saudi Arabia, and they're having Hell in a Cell matches, and they've got their own Royal Rumble. I would say they're more invested in women's wrestling now than at any other point in their history. Certainly a lot more than the Attitude Era. And as we said, go back to the mid-90s. And you've got Alundra Blaze having, the odd feud with Bull Nakano and Bertha Faye, and that's it. I mean, there was no one else for her to face. Butch is dumped over the top. The whole Butch thing would be more interesting if those guys could dance like the people in Newsies. Right, I think we might be going to commercial break here as Xavier slaps the top of that commentary table. We've got Sheamus and Ridge on the outside, squaring up to the New Day. Butch comes launching off the steps. Sheamus and Ridge have to hold Butch back as he was trying to get at Kofi. And we go to commercial break. They need to use more of the roster of women now, not just a core few. Do you think AJ wins the rematch? I think he wins the rematch. I think I don't even know what the odds will be. I mean, he will likely go in as the underdog because they faced each other before and he lost. And he lost. I mean, no one's arguing that loss. No one's saying he was robbed or anything. So, AJ's got to change his game plan. The better boxer is Usyk. Usyk is the better boxer. AJ has got to use his size to bully Usyk, not stand and try and outbox him. AJ has got to go in and start smashing away. But the problem is, as you come forward and try to do that, you're open to counter shots. Usyk can hit and move, head movement. Joshua's going to have to grab him, lean his weight on him, try and wear him down. We know that Usyk's got great conditioning. I think it's a really close fight, to be honest. I think that Joshua knows what he needs to do, but doing it is going to be so difficult. I might be leaning Usyk. I think he's just too good. I think his boxing's incredible. He's on the pound for pound list as well, which no one, well, not no one, but people don't appreciate the fact that this heavyweight that's got the Joshua's belts, or one Joshua's belts, is one of the pound for pound best boxers in the world. He's not a no one. He's one of the best boxers in the world. So I think it's really going to be really difficult. The only way AJ wins is going to be by knockout. Wes, hello, shout out to you. BBB said Alondra Medusa did some good stuff in AWA. She was in WWF and had feuds with Luna Vachon. Yeah. I don't disagree. I just think that she was around, certainly from a WWE point of view, and then when she went to WCW, I just think she was around at a time where the women were not the priority, and I don't think she could really show, what she could do, to be honest. I think pre-WWE was a good time for her, certainly with her Japanese showings. I mean, she was doing, boxing and loads of different things. She's a legit fighter. I've got so much respect for her. She's absolutely one of my favorites. It's funny, actually, because For the Love of Wrestling, which is like a convention, a Comic-Con type thing, all about wrestling, is on this weekend in Liverpool. It's a big deal, and there's loads of people that are going to be there. And the only person that I would have been interested in going and meeting, and I don't mean this as any disrespect to anyone else that's there, I'm just being honest, that if I was to go, the absolute top of my list to meet would have been Alundra Blaze. She's actually there. And I remember, like, the Evolution show, I was, like, really excited that she was on that show. And it's great that, like, she came back and actually did something with WWE again. You know, obviously buried the hatchet after the title thing, went in the Hall of Fame, and then she was on that Evolution card. So, and she's been in Rumbles, recent Rumbles as well. So it's great that she came back and got to show, like, what she could do. But damn, man, I wish she'd been around at a slightly different time. If you want to make an argument for Alundra being that fourth person, like, or going onto the Mount Rushmore, I wouldn't argue it too much. Just for me, I can't say that she's definitely on there for that reason. But it's a very interesting conversation. Apparently, Bret Hart has signed with WWE. I heard this news. I've got it written down. I've got on my notes here. Look, I've got Randy 20th anniversary. I've got building towards WrestleMania Backlash. Bret re-signed with WWE. The other thing I've got written down is World of Darkness match on NXT UK. Isla Dawn against Miko Satomura. I don't know what a World of Darkness match is. So if you are into such things, NXT UK have got a World of Darkness match coming up in a couple of weeks' time. And no one knows what it is. I don't even think... Well, I'm sure they do know, but they haven't announced it. So, yeah. We've got... yeah, that Bret thing is very interesting because it prevents him going to AEW now, if true. Shoulder up by Xavier Woods. Xavier Woods, by the way, his ring gear looks like Max Moon. He's got a bit of a... There's a little Max Moon vibe to that ring attire. Butch kicking at the head of Xavier. It's going to be interesting. No idea what it is, but I am looking forward to it. Oh, the World of Darkness thing. What about Dawn Marie in AEW? Oh, hang on. We've got a pin and a win, and Xavier has got the job done. Xavier Woods has managed to win. Do you know we've had nearly half an hour already? Half an hour has gone already. It's another victory here. For Xavier. Butch is getting up, and Ridge and Sheamus are trying to calm him down. Butch is losing it again. Oh, he's upset. He's upset. Do you remember when Pete Dunne used to be good? Do you remember when Pete Dunne was the bruiserweight and he was coming out and killing people? He's jumped into the crowd. He grabs one of the security guys. There we go. Butch grabs the security guy, hurls him ringside. And now we're seeing Butch walking through the crowds. And they are giving him a big spotlight. The one thing I will say is they are definitely giving him... Do you know what I mean? It's weird to see Pete Dunne getting so much time on SmackDown. Sheamus shouting, Butch, where you going? Hey, here's Ricochet and Aaliyah. I got a lot of time for Aaliyah. I really like Aaliyah. She's not a great wrestler, but I've said before, if you watch that Breaking Ground from like 2015, or I think it was 2015, she's on that and she is god-awful. She is so bad. You might think she's bad now, but compared to what she was, you can see the progress that she's made. I respect that. We got Jinder. Shanky. Shanky is, I think, going to be taking on Ricochet. Dream match. Oh, here we go! Yes! Ladies and gentlemen! Preach it. Preach it. Preach it. Yeah. Precision. A diabolical athlete. Yeah, honor. Great sport. Great sport. How can you boo these? Talking about like how Gunther's here to uphold the integrity and the honor of professional wrestling. Who's booing that? Who are you? Who is booing that? He's the ring general. He lays it in. He is an absolute beast. Gunther is here. This is his world. This is his world, and we just live in it. Here is Gunther, and I do like the red. I do like the red. I'm sorry, I do. I do like the red. He's making his way down. Gunther coming up next. I'm booing, says Dark Angel. Honor to the sport. Go Gunther. Yes. Yes. Gunther is so good, says Taboy. Listen, let them boo. Let them boo. He's a heel. If people want to boo him, then that's what he wants, in all fairness. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I think this man's here to save professional wrestling. That's what he's here to do. That's what he's here to do. He's here to have hard-hitting, quality professional wrestling matches. Love him. The Redcoats are coming. Our ring general. Yes. We need to get more merch out for him. I don't know what's going on. Stupid WWE. Pfft. Pumping out all these t-shirts. Where's the flipping t-shirt for Gunther? That's my question. All hail Gunther. I'm just having a look, seeing if there is a new Gunther shirt. I feel like there might have been something that came out recently. Let's have a look at new... No, I don't want... WWE T-shirt club. No, thank you. I want to look at your new stuff. I want to look at what you've just got out. New Bleacher Creatures. New arrivals. RK Bro 420 t-shirt. The Vince McMahon note and t-shirt for £82. I can't get my head around that. Brock Lesnar 20 years t-shirt. Brock Lesnar hats. Roman Reigns head of the table chalk line jacket. Brock Lesnar chalk line jacket. Queen Zelina shirts. Kneel to the Steel Drew shirt. Stone Cold shirts. Veer Mahan shirts. Cody shirts. Still nothing for Gunther, man. What's going on? What is this? Unbelievable. That's what this is. Unforgivable. That's what this is. Have you got a Gunther figure? They haven't made a Gunther figure. They've made one Volta figure that was a ringside collectibles figure, which I was very tempted to get, but I didn't. And the reason why I didn't was because the packaging was all NXT TakeOver packaging. And to be honest, I was like, I don't really want a figure that's like NXT TakeOver branded, especially because NXT has now changed to NXT 2.0, and so the packaging looks like quite dated. Obviously, that's not his name anymore. I mean, actually, that figure now becomes a bit more attractive because it's not his name, it's not his look. Now he's wearing red. He's not that size anymore. So I think if you are a Gunther fan, all of a sudden that figure now probably becomes a bit more attractive. I was waiting for another Volta figure to come along that was in the main line that maybe didn't have the NXT TakeOver packaging, and I thought, well, you know, it might be nice if it comes. I can't remember if that other one came with a belt or not. But to my knowledge, anyway, they've released one. They've certainly not released the Gunther one yet. Just a ringside collectibles Volta. But yeah, good point, actually, because now that I'm talking about it, that's something else I might think about picking up because, you know, that's not his name anymore. And I think that's kind of interesting. It's not his name. It's not his look. He is physically changed. His ring gear has changed. So, here we are. It's him against the Jobber again. Gunther! Any ideas where I can track my order that should have been here last week? I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean? Where from? What from? Are you talking from Euroshop? Have you done your team of the season vote? No. Where's that? Gunther seems like a cross between Steven Regal and Fit Finlay. It's a hell of a cross, isn't it? Fit Regal. Fit Regal. He's got this guy. What's his name? Ted. He's got Ted written on his trunks. Gunther suplexing Ted into the ring. Ludwig on the outside. Loving what he's seeing. Big chop by Gunther. It is true. It was not a great camera angle there. Just heard the thud of Ted, but didn't see what actually happened. Big chop again, and Ted goes down. It's just easy. It's easy work, this, for Gunther. Gunther picking up Ted, slams him down. Chop to the back, man. Ted was up against the ropes, like trying to get a breather. Gunther, bang! Chops him across the back, into a sleeper, into a powerbomb, into a pin. And it's done. It's done. He's killed him. Ted's dead. R.I.P. Ted. R.I.P. Ted. Want to send my condolences to Ted's family. I think he was a great competitor. He had lovely, bright ring gear. He will be missed. But it was a necessary sacrifice. He's got good gear, actually, Ted. I like his gear. He would fit in NXT 2.0. It's colours everywhere. Gunther beats Lesnar clean after a good build about how he wants a real challenge from an actual opponent. Oh, my God. Love it. Darcy, book it now. Book it now. Lesnar against Gunther. Oh, my God. I might actually throw up. I might throw up. I might just throw up. That's how excited I would be about that match. Literally, as soon as they announce it, I'm just going to throw up. Oh, Gunther against Lesnar. Oh, my God. That's the kind of match that keeps me awake at night. That's the kind of match that I'm just like dreaming of. Him against Roman, him against Lesnar. him against Drew as long as he wins. As long as Gunther's winning. I don't want Gunther against Drew and Drew wins. I mean, that keeps me up at night, but from a nightmare perspective. It's going to be exciting, though, innit? Now that Gunther's here. I'm excited. Cena will return and squash Gunther. That would be typical WWE booking. R.I.P. Ted. R.I.P. You will be missed. Guys, I love Ted so much. I've watched all of his WWE matches. And I was a big fan. And you're absolutely right. He will be missed. He will be missed. Big part of this community, Ted was. Announced for next week on NXT UK, Von Wagner, Lash Legend, Ivy Nile, and Demon Kemp. Who the hell's Demon Kemp? Also, in 3 weeks, it's NXT UK's 200th episode. Alex, shout out to you. Lash Legend, don't care. Von Wagner's alright. Ivy Nile's cool. Demon Kemp I never heard of in my life. So, there's a couple of things in there that sound interesting. I pre-ordered the new Cody top, and it's not here. It's come from Euroshop. Oh, well, they'll have a customer services department that you can hit them up. They've got a Twitter account as well, so you can drop them a tweet. You should be able to drop an email. There should be a little contact us thing, maybe at the bottom. Just at the bottom of WWE Shop, there's a little thing that says support. I would imagine the same can be said for Euroshop. So, yeah, should easily jump on the site. Or, as I said, there's a Twitter. I'm sure they get loads of questions. Here's Drew. Kneel to the steel. You and me. We're good. There's Sammy in the background. So, Drew, just checking that things are all good with Randy. Because obviously they had quite a feud the other year. Bro. Right, Riddle versus Jey Uso coming up next. Bro. Gunther pin reminds me of Rhea Ripley's pin. Could this be what we're thinking could be? What are we thinking? What are we thinking? I'm thinking that she will eventually go in with Edge's faction. I don't think she'll join Imperium or join Gunther. The ring announcer sounds like Lillian Garcia. Has she returned? No. Can't remember her name. But it's not Lillian. Gunther lost the bout to what's his name? He's not undefeated. I think, are they saying undefeated on the main roster? You know how it... Anything that's not main roster doesn't count. Doesn't count. In WWE's world. Did Randy and Drew have a feud or any kind of dislike for each other? They did. Sammy is gold. We want Roman, says Chris. Harry, hello. Hope you are well. Right, we are just going over to another commercial break. I was listening to Brian Alvarez earlier. I don't tend to listen to Wrestling Observer, but I was doing my research for UFC and just making some notes. So I just wanted something on in the background. So it was recommended. So I was like, yeah, all right. So I put it on. And he was saying that he has actually timed Raws and Smackdowns, which I believe he has. And he said that it's quite impressive that pretty much every time he does it, every hour there is only half an hour of actual content. he was saying that if you sit down and time it, half an hour of each hour is actual content. The rest of the time is obviously a lot of commercials. That won't surprise anyone. But obviously the recaps just take up so much of the show. Actually, only half of the show is an interview or a match or actual original content, which I thought was kind of interesting. I don't think it's the biggest surprise because if you actually go on the network to watch old episodes of Raw, I think they tend to be about an hour and 40 minutes, to be honest. I think they tend to come in at about 140-ish, and that's because when you watch them on the network, there's no commercials. So actually, there might be even less, because a good chunk of them are probably recaps. So it could be even less than half an hour in each hour. So if you do find yourself going, God, there's a lot of commercials, or God, there's a lot of recaps, yes, half the show. Half the show is recaps and commercials. You need to accept that. That is wrestling in 2022 and 2021 and 2020 and probably going back a long, long way. I wish you could pay for no adverts. Well, you do and you don't, because you can actually pay for, well, kind of no adverts on Fight TV for AEW. And then what happens is when you go to adverts, the wrestlers just kind of like stop. They don't like stop and just stand there and don't do anything. Like, you know, one wrestler will be on the outside and the referee will keep jumping out going, are you all right? Is everything okay? I'm going to have to carry on the count, and then gets in and is like, 1, 2, like you're not missing anything. And then like as soon as you come back from commercial break, then the action picks up again. So it really actually destroys the momentum of a match if you do watch whilst you know. It's weird. In America, you lot go commercials. Here, AEW, if you watch on Fight TV, largely sticks with the action. There's only a few times they do cut to commercial, but they don't actually cut to commercial. They just cut to a graphic that says AEW. So there's pros and cons. It would be good if you could pay without commercials and you actually got extra content. Now that would be good. That would be good. I don't know how it would work, but oh my God. Sorry, Lee. I was the protector, but now I protect myself. So Zaya Lee said, I was the protector, but I don't see anyone worthy of my protection. So now I protect myself. So a little character change there for Zaya Lee. Interesting. Zaya Lee heel turn. Yeah, out for herself. Here comes Usos. I don't know if it's true, but I've seen on Twitter that Liverpool have put in a bid for Mbappe. NXT 2.0 also seldom cut to full commercials. Who do you think is going to win, Usos or RK Bro? I can see an argument for both, to be honest. I might lean Usos. I think it's a good match. It's been built quite well. It's certainly been given a hell of a spotlight. So, like, there's a logic for it. Like, Roman wants the Usos to have 2 belts. Like, he's got 2 belts. So, and there is Roman. Roman is backstage with Paul Heyman watching. So, Roman is there. Does that mean that we're going to get Roman coming out at the end of the show? Could be pre-taped. But he was watching a screen that had these on. So, it feels like it's live. I don't think there's any camera trickery there. Xia Li, random heel turn. Xia Li with the Honky Tonk Man heel turn. Tarek, hello. Shout out to you. Sonny said, have you made any bets for tomorrow? Anyone you want me to choose? No. Just you be you. You be you. You pick whoever your heart feels is the right way forward, and then we'll all go the other way. Is Rampage on actual time tonight? I think it's back to where it was. Yes. If RK Bro loses, then I can see Randy turn on Riddle. Yeah. So I like the build. I like the match. It makes sense why we're doing it. It's kind of champion versus champion kind of a thing. I think, yeah, if Usos win, then they've got 2 belts, and that's big for them. It's big for the bloodline. It also could split up RK Bro. Equally, it could just be a really big feud for both teams, and Usos might fall short. Usos might fall short and then might let down the tribal chief, and then that's a whole separate story, you know. Then does Roman look to strengthen the bloodline? Does he feel like he needs a little bit more support? I'm not saying that then we bring in Solo Sikoa, but I don't know. I feel like there's definitely things that you could explore. There's definitely conversations that could be had. There could be a bit of drama that comes out of it if they do fail, where they have to go back to Roman and say they didn't get the job done. So I kind of like it. I feel like the match is quite important. I feel like, you know, there's an interesting way forward whichever way you go. So I'm going to lean to the Usos. I'm probably more in... I'm definitely more into splitting up RK Bro. Heyman is hugging both championship belts harder than his wife and kids at this point. Do you think Fury will retire? I hope not. I want him to be undisputed. Yeah, we answered that earlier, and I'm sure we'll answer it quite a few times tomorrow. I think, unless he gets the AJ match, he will retire. I think the only match he's interested in is AJ, and even now he said he's tried so many times to do it. And the truth is that, you know, AJ's got to turn his attention to Usyk. So AJ can't be interested in what Tyson Fury is saying right now. And AJ's got to win that match against Usyk. If he doesn't even win, then forget it. So there's obstacles that need to be overcome. I think Tyson Fury genuinely is thinking this is it, yes. I think he genuinely is thinking this is it. Because I don't think he's interested in a match against Usyk. I think he's genuinely thinking about wrapping it up now. He's made his money, hasn't he? I mean, God, you can keep making money, but he's got, you know, it's a big risk, isn't it? You're risking your health all the time, and we know, like, concussions and CTE and everything, getting punched in the head, so, like, repeatedly has big effects later in life. He's not stupid. He's got to know all this. Make your money, get out. So, Riddle getting slammed on the announce table by Jey Uso as we go to commercial break. Riddle turning on Randy would be the bigger story. Orton has turned heel many times. Brock said would be great to see Edge's faction grow to 4 so that they could face the Bloodline, forcing them to bring up Solo Sikoa for one match. Alfie said if the Usos lose, then maybe Roman turns on the Usos because they've let him down. Aaron said imagine Gunther against the prime Ric Flair. Well, Ric Flair was largely heel during his time, to be honest. So it'd be great match, but I think Gunther against like maybe a prime Hogan in like the 80s, he was always going up against your Sergeant Slaughters, your King Kong Bundys, your Andre the Giants. I think that would be a perfect like opponent. Same with Bruno Sammartino. He was always babyface. So, you know, he went up against Ivan Koloff and Killer Kowalski and, you know, some pretty big names. So, you know, Gunther against him would be big. Gunther against John Cena, I think, would be incredible. I mean, honestly, Gunther against pretty much anyone is incredible. But I think it's right that Gunther is presented as a heel. I just find it interesting that it's a bit like when Daniel Bryan was champion and they made him heel and they were banging on about how he was eco-friendly, and he was here to be the planet's champion, and we were booing that, or we were meant to boo. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's here to champion the environment, and we're meant to be like, boo! There was a weird thing for us to be booing when, like, we do genuinely, seriously need to do something about the environment. Go Greta. But, yeah, now we've got Gunther, who's talking about bringing prestige back to this sport, about treating it with honor and respect and being the ring general, and all this kind of stuff. And we're like, bah! Sometimes I find some of the booking a bit weird. Just a little bit, like, it's a bit weird. I kind of feel like that's the kind of message that a babyface should definitely have about this is a great sport and we need to treat it with respect and all that kind of stuff. Not the heels. It's a weird message for a heel. Just like being the environment's champion was a weird message for the heel to be shouting about, but hey. These weird little things slip through the cracks, don't they? It's always heel versus face matches, never heel versus face matches. If Randy turns on Matt, the reason behind it is because Randy is jealous of Matt Riddle, making the RKO look better than when he does it, says Nate. Will we be able to see LA Knight tonight? I haven't heard that LA Knight is scheduled for tonight, but apparently he's doing some work on main event with Mace. I don't know how serious that is. I don't know if that is now a new partnership or if it was like a one-off to have a little look at them. I don't know. I really don't know. I know they've worked together once, to my knowledge, so. Vince supports Trump. What do you expect for them to make fans boo good things like climate change and being a ring general? Retribution, hope you will. William said, ever try to pick up a cow? I mean, I haven't. I doubt Sonny has either. I should imagine they're pretty heavy. Forearm strikes coming in by Riddle. Aaron said, yes, but we hate wrestling. That's true. This is sports entertainment, isn't it? Boo! Forearm strike by Riddle. Gunther against someone like Ricky the Dragon or Tito Santana would be good, says BBB Yipsy. Blast from the past, man. Blasts from the past. LA Knight had a dart match. Oh. He's all over the road, isn't he? He's doing a bit of managing, doing a little bit of dart match stuff. Edward, shout out to you. William said, cows are dangerous murderers. You need to give them a wide berth and push around with your ball guard on your truck. Right, we've got Riddle down at the moment. We are approaching the halftime scores. So we are almost halfway through this show and halfway through this stream. Got a couple more hours to go. One more hour of SmackDown. Then we'll do our little recap. And then we've got what I like to call AEW Rampage. I don't actually know what's on that show tonight. Jey Uso goes down. So Riddle going up, looking for the float-in, bro. Looking for the float-in, bro. Connects. Oh, dear. Kick out. Kick out. AEW Rampage tonight. Jade Cargill defends her TBS title against Marina Shafir. Feels a bit soon for that match. Owen Hart tournament qualifier. Adam Cole against Ishii. Damn. That's pretty sick. We'll hear from Keith Lee and Swerve. Eddie Kingston takes on Daniel Garcia. Tony Schiavone interviews Storm, Hayter, and Baker. And we've got Lance Archer against Serpentico. So that's what we've got tonight. Ishii against Adam Cole. If you are a fan of New Japan, that's pretty sweet. Boom. Yeah, draping DDT by Riddle. Riddle in control here against Jey Uso. Riddle looking out at the fans charging over, trying to deal with Jimmy Uso, but Randy has dealt with Jimmy Uso. Randy is planting Jimmy Uso on top of that commentary announce table. Fired up. Riddle in position for the RKO. Oh, can't get it. Goes against the ropes. Picks him up. Waistlock. Oh. Net breaker by Jey Uso. I really thought he was going to turn that into an RK. Oh my God, shoulder up. I really thought he was going to turn that into an RK. Yeah, look at that. Into a net breaker. I thought he was going to turn it into an RKO. He didn't. He got his neck broken instead. Net breaker by Jey Uso. Jimmy obviously just been planted through a table. I am waiting for this RKO out of nowhere to arrive because Riddle's really started doing that now. Randy is trying to fire up the crowds. Riddle is over in the corner. Randy Orton having a look, making sure he's not to be attacked by Jimmy. Here's Jey Uso, charges over, knee strike by Riddle. Jey Uso stumbling round. Super kick by Jey Uso. Damn, this match is quite long. Roman's watching. Look at Heyman. Knees up. 1, 2, 3. Riddle gets the pin. No RKO out of nowhere today. I like that, though. Sometimes, you got to keep it special. Sometimes the opportunity doesn't quite present itself. Roman can't believe it, look. Roman can't believe it. Look at this. Can't believe it. Why is he constantly being let down by the Usos? Why are the Usos jobbers? They're the most jobbery champions. I can't believe they've had those belts for so long as well. Jobbers. Riddle wins. Lots of positive reviews from people in attendance at the Rampage tapings about Cole and Ishii match. Oh, is it pre-taped? Didn't know that. Didn't we go for a period of them being live? Or maybe we just had one live or something. Damn. I thought it was going to be live. I don't know why. I remember a time when Roman told the Usos they will either start or finish a show. How does Roman defend his titles work? Does he defend both in one match or defend them separately? Well, I would imagine that that'll be something that'll be part of a story. I would imagine that he should be able to defend them separately. That way he can drop the WWE but continue his Universal reign. We're just seeing what happened on Raw. Rents due. They call this move Rents Due. It's a rubbish name. Rents Due. What the hell's that for a move? Rents Due. They call this move Rents Due because the rent was due. Stupid women. Right, here is Sasha and Naomi with their stupid Rents Due move. Sounds like rent a Jew, doesn't it? Like a Jewish person. Rent Jew. Call us up. Do you want a friend? Weird. Sasha and Naomi. I don't know who they're facing. Obviously, Liv and Rhea split up. Did you see actually that Liv and Rhea split? Yes, and Liv put a picture up of her with Rhea, and then like Rhea was like scribbled out like with a compass type thing. Like, so it was a picture, and she'd like done that, and the picture was up on social media. So seems like Liv's not happy. We are back at commercial break. Darcy said, is there a known reason why Riddle doesn't wear shoes when he's in the ring? Yes. I thought it was cool and different, but it seems a bit unsafe. It is... it's because he's told that story when he first moved up, that apparently he got frostbite. So he got frostbite when he was young, and now it's very uncomfortable for his feet to be covered. So he wears flip-flops all the time. Like, he doesn't really wear shoes that much because it's too uncomfortable for him. And I presume that's a genuine story. I think that's the story that he told Vince, and Vince loved it. And so he told him, like, when he first came to the main roster to share that story with everyone. So, right, halftime scores. Yep, get them in. Half-time scores. Get them in. What do you think of the show? Half-time scores. I would do the song, but we're already a little bit into the commercial break, so need to get them fired in and read out before we go back. After SmackDown, we have then what Daze likes to call Happy Hour. No. It's AEW Rampage. That's what I like to call it. Jim said WWE could do what Impact does with Deonna Purrazzo and her Champ challenge, and the challenger can choose what championship the challenger wants to fight for. Yep, I'm down for that. Larry says 6, Alfie says 5, Letterman says 6, Jason said 5.5, Almighty Nick says 6, End of Days says 7. This Jericho said he did tell that story. Harley says 6. The Freak Jesse says 6.5. Hayden says 6. Brandon says 10. Bonkers with a 5. Edward with a 7. Rev Gaming with 5.5. Rent Stew. I thought they were saying rinse chew. Could be a new line of sweet, couldn't it? Get yourself a pack of rinse chew. The story is genuine. You good. Eric, shout out to you. 7. We've got lots of 7s. Look, McLean with a 5.25 though. Maine with a 5. 6 says Legend Killer. Eric Defcon says a solid 50 out of 100. Dizzledog said 6.5. I like the Ronda Flair segment. Legend Killer says 6. Bakayuka with a 7. Lance with a 3. Esteban with a 4.5. Chris with an 8. Edward with a 6. Tarek says, how are you? I'm doing good and very excited about tomorrow. Sonny says 6. Marco says 7. Boss Glow call them. Is that what they call it? Is that what, I don't know what they call themselves. Do they call themselves Boss Glow? That sucks as well. 575 says Trey. 10 out of 10 says Tarek. Dragon Den says 7. Who do you think should give Roman his first loss in nearly 2 years? Probably Cody. I think Cody should get the belt. And I think that would make sense for Cody to be the one. I am at work at 5 a.m. Just woke for water or Vimto. I hope you're having a great show. Dortnight, shout out to you. I hope you get your water and your Vimto. Here is Sasha and Naomi. Boss Glow. Boss Glow. Both out in similar attire. I like it when they wear matching attire. God, they've only won them at WrestleMania. Has this reign been everything you hoped it would be? Then you got the belts at WrestleMania. Yeah, it's been an amazing reign. It's a legendary reign. What a reign it's been so far. It's been a great reign. I loved it when they were losing matches to Liv Morgan in solo matches. That was great. Naomi says, I knew what we were capable of together. Glowing whilst we're doing it. They were in Team Bad, weren't they? Sasha, Tamina, and Naomi. So, I mean, this does go all the way back to, like, 2015. I like that. Naomi has had my back since day one, says Sasha. That's why the Boss and Glow have no competition. Sounds like wash and go. I use Boss and Glow for my hair, guys. I don't know about you. Brings it out a treat. Here comes Natalia. Natalia and Shayna. What are these two called? Boobs and Violence. Look at Sasha's new teeth. Has she had her teeth done? I do love it when she laughs like that. It's Natty. Nat is here, guys. She is a 3-time Guinness World Record holder. You show some damn respect. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. You're obsessed with cats? Haha. Got ya. Burn. What was Liv and Rhea's name? Liv for brutality. Sounds like a slogan, not a flipping team name. Do you know what I mean? But like calling your team Just Do It. Calling your team I'm Loving It. These aren't team names. Try and take them. Try and take these belts. Sasha has grills with Boss on them. It's a person dipping on out the way. Here is Madcap Moss. Happy Corbin. Congrats. Obviously, all that mentoring paid off. I'm going to be the bigger man. I'm willing to forgive you. Madcap Moss said, there's about as much chance of me coming back as your sidekick as you growing a full head of hair. That's a bit mean, isn't it? That's a bit mean. It's a bit uncalled for. Right, Madcap Moss. Who would you like to see win women's Money in the Bank this year? Asuka. She's the best. She's the best around. I'd like to see her win it every year. I don't want to see anyone else ever win it. I mean, we never met Johnny younger brother Rick. I laughed at that, says Larry. Good. As a fellow Baldy, that is a heel turn for me, says Linny. It felt that way. It felt that way to me as well. It went up to him and went, look, I'm going to be the bigger man. Do you want to come back and be, like, you know, back as it was? I mean, all right, I can understand Madcap saying, look, I'll be your partner 50-50, but I'm not going to be your second, like, your sidekick. He didn't say that. He went, there's about as much chance of that as your hair growing back. I mean, that is just harsh. That is harsh. That's bullying. That's straight up bullying. Days, you are no Asuka stan. Stop fronting. Listen, I'm queen of the Asuka simps. That's all you need to know about me. I miss the Empress. She's been gone for way too long, man. She needs to come back and win these belts. This women's division needs her. Announced for Raw is Bianca versus Sonya. That'll be all right. Becky returns and Orton's 20-year to the day celebration. Which tag team that came from NXT never got a fair shot on the main roster? All of them. I mean, I feel like American Alpha, because American Alpha, it might be the best tag team out of NXT. That team was just incredible. You can make a great argument for Revival and FTR, DIY. Obviously, Revival are FTR now. But Revival, DIY, I think you can make arguments to them. But American Alpha was so damn good. They were so good. It's hard now because there's been so much time that's gone to appreciate just how great they were. But they were really lighting it up in NXT. Chad Gable, Jason Jordan, Reddy, Willin, and Gable. They had that towel, didn't they? Reddy, Willin, and Gable. It was so good. God, I loved them, man. And I think they ended up splitting them up because I think they saw potential in Jason Jordan and then he got injured. And, you know, who knows if, you know, it could have still happened if they had stayed as a team, but maybe it wouldn't have. If they'd stayed as a team, maybe he wouldn't have got injured and maybe we would have got an incredible tag team. But they didn't. I miss Asuka, says Austin. We all do, mate. We all do. How long has Asuka been out for? Too long, Harry. That's the answer. Too long. I never understood Reddy, Willin, and Gable. It's a play on Reddy, Willin, and Abel, isn't it? But rather than it being Reddy, Willin, and Abel, it's Reddy, Willin, and Gable because one of the members is called Gable. I mean, it's not... This isn't the Da Vinci Code. Do you know what I mean? It's not the hardest thing to work out in the world. Come on, Austin. Come on, Austin. You can work this out. This ain't like Firefly Funhouse where you've got to dig into flipping the history books. How long will Sasha and Naomi be tag champs for is a whole lot of people, and there are different teams because there will be some teams called up and they will get the belts when NXT comes. Well, I mean, they'll hold it for a bit. They're not the most prestigious titles, are they? So they'll hold them for a bit. Maybe they drop them at SummerSlam or something. Maybe they drop them at Money in the Bank. Maybe they keep hold of them for a while. Don't know. It's hard to say. We are seeing Raquel Rodriguez. I have never dodged any challenge. Raquel Rodriguez next week. Madcap Moss going, come here, Andre. Come here. Woo! Watching Madcap Moss say the words, come here, Andre, and then give that little statue a kiss made me feel sick. Andre the Giant would brutalize that man. He would humble him. He would be so humbled. It's weird to see Madcap Moss going, come here, Andre. Shut up. Shut up. Debut next week. Why not this week? Because we haven't been good enough, Tharuka. That's the truth, mate. We haven't been good enough. Here's another senorita. Not kiss to her. Kiss cam. Kiss cam. Madcap doesn't deserve it. WWE programming under Vince and Bruce is Clorox bleach for eye drops TV. Larry said Days Madcap would be a puddle. Would be a puddle. I'd love it if the ghost of Andre the Giant haunts him now. Actually, that'd be a fun story. That would be a fun story. Imagine if he thought the ghost of Andre was haunting him. And since he won the Andre the Giant Memorial thing, like, he just gets bad luck. That would be I'd be into that. I'd be into that. There's the plants. Asuka and Bayley have both been out since last June. Days, can you believe people never understood what Ready, William and Gable meant? I can't believe it, mate. Idiots! That's what I call them. The Lumberjack match should have been in a steel cage. Then Sammy couldn't run anywhere. A steel cage Lumberjack match is intense, isn't it? That is intense. Have we ever seen a steel cage Lumberjack match? I feel like we must have. It's really not something. It wouldn't be a steel... Oh, God, that's weird, isn't it? So not only are you in a cage, but even if you do climb out, you've got wrestlers all around the ring. The thing is, though, normally in a cage match, if you do touch the floor, then you've won. So it would be a case of just trying to touch the floor, wouldn't it? You'd probably be more likely to just try and get the victory in the ring, but that'd be interesting. I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all, actually. Jazz it up. Jazz it up. A bit like the dog kennel from Hell match, I think it was called. Wasn't that Bossman Al Snow where they did Hell in a Cell, but around the edge were guard dogs who just weren't interested. And they were the most tame dogs you've ever seen in your life. Pooping and peeing and just living their lives. What you wanted was dogs going mental. But of course, they got these really docile ones. Punchline, it's net breaker type move, which Madcap has won with. How would you get back in the ring? Well, you wouldn't, would you? Normally in a cage match, if you climb out over the top, then you just win. So, I see what you mean. Like, are you saying, I suppose they could carry them round to the door. So if they go over the top and then they're caught by the people on the outside, maybe then they carry them round to the door and chuck them back in. Maybe it'd be something like that. I'd be down for seeing it. I'd be down for seeing it. Corbin's come in. Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty moody comment. Corbin's come in and he's beating up on Madcap. Do you know what potatoes are? Are they potatoes? I know what a potato is. I've never called him a tato, but that would be my guess. What do you think about Paige coming back to WWE? I think she should. I don't think she can wrestle, but I think that she was great as a GM, and I think she was all right as a manager, but she was great as a GM. I think if Sonya's going to become an in-ring competitor, then bringing Paige back to replace her as GM would be brilliant. She was great in that role. Here we go. Look, we've got Corbin walking away with the trophy. I bet that's not light, you know. I bet that's got a bit of weight to it. Here is Sammy backstage. He seems to be quite happy. Oh, he's going to see Roman. He's trying to practice what to say to Roman. Yeah, he has. He has knocked on the door. Woo! Any relationship between Roman and Sammy is working for me. Andre would sit on Madcap, let a stink on him, and start laughing. And call him boss. Wasn't here earlier. What were your thoughts on Pete Dunne losing to Woods? Can't bring myself to call him Butch. Yeah, I don't like the Butch name at all. Thoughts? I don't know. I mean, like, I can't say that I'm too surprised. I think, you know, listen, he's called Butch at the moment. It's a name that none of us are really into. It's a character that, you know, it's got... I can see what they're going for. They're going for that scrappy do. He's unhinged. He's unpredictable. I can see what they're going for. Doesn't mean I like it. Yeah. I mean, listen, I feel like we had the Bruiserweight, and I feel like we had something really fun. And I feel like we have moved away from that, and I wish we hadn't. I do miss it. Definitely. So, yeah, I'm not too bothered about the loss. I think when he's called Butch, and didn't he lose the other week as well? Like, I think we're at the point now where a loss today is just another example of, you know, us not using him correctly. I can understand him coming in and struggling to find his feet and then finding his feet. I get that. I can understand that, but I just think the name's not right. I don't think the losses as well. Like, can't you give him some wins as well? Like, can't you show that he can win matches rather than just showing him constantly losing? So I'd like to see him, like, why can't he face a jobber next week and then call out, you know, one of the New Day again for the week after or something. So, yeah, not crazy about it. Miss the Bruiserweight. I could go for a root beer float. It reminds me of the guy in the TV show Fringe. I think Sammy deserves the world title. Yeah, I'd love to see a bout on him. LSW said, I really don't like the Butch gimmick. However, I do think it's fun that in every picture of Sheamus and Riddle finding Butch, they have their arms crossed with a little smirk. Brandon says AEW UK. What, AEW having a little thing here, promotion like WWE? Could do it. Could be a little feeder for them, couldn't it? So, yeah, you could do it. William says, I've only just realised I haven't showered today. Cos said McIntyre should get a shot against Roman. I'm sure he will. We've got the UK pay-per-view coming up, so I've got to think he's penciled in for that. Half an hour to go. And then we've got Rampage. Randy should challenge Roman for the Raw title on Monday and win it, says John. Gunther versus Tribal Chief Roman Reigns. I'd love to see it. I'd be super sad if Gunther lost, but I'd love to see it. Make a wish. World Wish Day. Class. Make a wish. Creative should at least book Butch to make him look competent, not just some little child. Yeah, I don't mind him like getting frustrated at not being able to beat Xavier, but yes, I do agree that there should be some wins to kind of show that he can beat some people. He's not completely useless. We've got Roman with the Usos. Is Sammy about to walk in? My Tribal Chief. We've got a guest to see you. It's Sami Zayn. Here's Sami. Roman! This could be fun. Sami is so good. I acknowledge you. All the smashing. Head of the table. No dispute. No dispute. I'm the locker room leader. I hear and see everything.
Earlier, I happened to catch Drew McIntyre getting real chummy with RK-Bro. RK-Bro have a title unification match with Usos, if I'm not mistaken, right? Well, now, all of a sudden, now they're going to be Lumberjacks in my match tonight. It's really unbelievable.
It's unbelievable.
Look, I would never snitch. I'm not a rat. It's just not who I am.
I would never snitch. I'm not a rat. But I did hear them say some very disrespectful things. I've got a proposal.
My name, my reputation as a rate has taken hit after hit after hit. And now it's even worse because people actually think I'm afraid of Drew McIntyre, which I am not.
People think I'm afraid of Drew, which I'm not.
More than anything, it's to beat Drew McIntyre, to regain my credibility, to regain the respect that I am owed. I need to beat Drew McIntyre.
I need to beat Drew.
So I guess what I'm getting at is that if there was some way that maybe I could get some help.
If there was some way I could maybe get some help. It's a bit APA, isn't it? Do you remember the APA? Used to help out superstars.
Trust me when I tell you, I could be a very, very valuable ally.
I could be a very valuable ally. I acknowledge you. But I need you to recognize me. Because I acknowledge you. Roman's like, okay. Okay, good talk. That was good. It does make sense. It does make sense. So we've got people on my show running their mouth about me. Take my name out of their mouths. Understand. That's what he's saying to the Usos. So I'm guessing the Usos are going to be helping Sami. This feels like it's building towards Drew, RK-Bro, Roman, a bloodline thing. With Sami kind of involved. It's pretty fun. Could be fun. I like that segment. I like that segment because I think Sami makes a lot of sense. Sami knows that he can't really trust anyone, the Lumberjacks. He knows that RK-Bro are going to be supporting Drew. So not only can he not trust anyone, but RK-Bro are absolutely against him. So he's had to go to Roman to be like, look, I acknowledge you. You're the head of the table. I've heard him saying stuff about you. I can be a big ally. You help me, I'll help you. It's logical. It makes sense. Sami delivered it really well. I thought it was quite intriguing. Never quite knew where it was going, but yeah, I thought it was good. I thought it was pretty good. Felt like a story. Do you know what I mean? Oh my god. We've got Lacey Evans now. We've got the ongoing drama that is Lacey Evans. I mean, look. Oh, she's been through hard times, but man, it's just constant, isn't it? It's like, let's go over. It's like, I feel like, let's go over to Lacey's diary. That's where we're going over to now, where she just, like, out of nowhere, after that segment where I'm like, that was good, all of a sudden, like, here's all this drama I've been through. God, this isn't therapy. Imagine walking 2 miles in the rain. They need to cut this from SmackDown. I really just think they need to present it different. I mean, what it does is it does make her a babyface. I mean, like, you can't hear all these stories and then boo her. Well, you could, but I mean, I can't imagine many people will. So, you know, look, it's achieving that, but God, equally, I think there's a better way of doing these. She keeps banging on about that mother, wife, sister, daughter thing. I feel like that's been in every one of them where she's mentioned mother, wife, sister, daughter. Okay. I've walked 2 miles in snow. I like the thing she's wearing, says Chris. Here it is, Lumberjack time. Shinsuke is coming down. Maybe Shinsuke's not doing anything with Roman. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Or maybe he will get involved with Roman or something. I mean, perhaps you are going to get Shinsuke Roman, but right now, Shinsuke's just coming down as one of the Lumberjacks. Drew versus Sami Zayn. I've not seen have the Usos come down. There's RK Bro. Keep Roman's name out of your flipping mouth. Dizzle Dog in the snow, barefoot, uphill, backwards. Life is hard, sometimes on purpose. Cars FN, shout out to you. Is Lacey Evans in the Nightmare family? Why was Cody's tattoo behind her? I think they were just trying to get that kind of American vibe going, and I don't think she's going to be connected with Cody. Unless she's going to have an affair with him, and then we're going to be getting her against Brandy. Dream match. Have you ever bought a t-shirt or merchandise of a wrestler and they leave the franchise after, a bit like when fans get players on the back of the shirt and they move? Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I mean, I've bought figures and then people have been cut. I've bought signed cards and people have been cut. I don't tend to buy too many t-shirts because I'm actually drowning in t-shirts. I've just over my life, I actually don't throw many t-shirts away because I haven't really changed size-wise. So they still fit and they haven't got holes in, or, you know, it might be a bit faded, but I actually like the faded look. So that's not a problem. I actually prefer shirts to look a little bit worn and a little bit faded rather than, like, you know, brand new and bright and whatever. So a lot of my shirts I've had for years and years and years, and I've just got a lot over the years, so I don't really go out and buy too many shirts, and if I did, I'd be buying legends that have, you know, moved on anyway. Like, the last shirts I bought were, like, Bruno, Sammartino, Andre the Giant, so. But, yeah, figures, definitely, cards, but I'm not really bothered by that. Cards, I like to try and get as many, like, WWE stars as possible. And same with the figures, so it's never been a problem. I think it's probably worse. It's maybe worse in football, where you get someone and then they go to a rival team. Peter Schmeichel was, that's one of my favourite ever footballers, and he went and actually played for Manchester City and played for a few teams, and that was like a dagger to the heart. But it was right at the end of his career, and, you know, it was a bit of a different time. But yeah, I could understand that being a bit of a stinger. Where, you know, someone that you love leaves and goes to a rival. It probably happens in, like, basketball, American football. It happens quite a bit in soccer. Or football. Ricochet against Shanky next week. Ricochet against Shanky. WWE pays attention to views and likes on videos. Check the views and likes on the Lacey segment. Same thing. Reggie is still a thing. They get crazy views. Is that true? Do those Lacey segments do well on YouTube? I'll admit I don't bother looking on YouTube for likes and views and whatnot. I likes what I like. So have a look at last week. See what she got last week. I'm just interested now because I have not been looking at them. It's not that big. I mean, she got 172,000 views. Raquel Rodriguez introduces herself, got 391. Butch attacks Kofi, got 390. Ricochet Jinder got 352. Sammy got 309. Madcap Umberto 232. Naomi Rhea got 491. Usos RK Bro 1.1 million. 172. It's not really anything that crazy. I mean, it's not bad. It's not like, 10,000 or anything. So it's not bad, but the one the week before got 385, but I mean, every 480, 675, 963, 745, 416, 473, 1.1. I don't know, they're not like disastrously bad, but right, we've got Drew making his way down. I was just looking at some of the other videos on there. I just never look, so it's quite interesting, actually. Right, Drew's made his way down. I only care about the likes on YouTube if it's a tutorial or something. Or if it's Fury against White on this channel and likes are, like, really important. Feel free to drop a like over on that stream. Super, super important. Really appreciate it. How many likes are we on actually over on that stream? Let me have a look. We are on 41. Definitely need a little tickle of that. So, yeah, if you are going to be joining us for Fury White, drop a like on that. That is coming up tomorrow. Well, later today, actually. UK-wise. Hayden said Sammy will not be going to be running away this time because Lumberjacks are going to keep him in the ring. Tarek said, what do you think about the match between Man City and Real Madrid? I think that it could. I think Man City are going to have to try and deal with it. I don't think they can really afford two hard competitive matches, but I think that's what it'll be. Really, they need to try and get the result in the first match because their focus needs to still be on the Premier League as well. They've got a tougher challenge than Liverpool, definitely. Liverpool against Villarreal. Liverpool are going to need to deal with Villarreal in that first game. I mean, it's so interesting. Oh, look on the face of Sammy. Sammy is overjoyed because the Usos are coming down. And he's dancing in the ring. This is the smallest Lumberjack people we've ever seen. RIP SmackDown men's roster. The Usos making their way down. Yeah, I mean, there aren't many people around, are there? Look, Sammy rolls out the ring. He's trying to get somewhere, but he's been grabbed and thrown back in. Right, we've got 14 minutes to go. I will be on stream, I promise you. I will garner at least 5 to 15 likes. It's really appreciated, dude. It's a big stream. Right, we've got Sammy being brought back in after he tries to escape again. Drew hurling Sammy over into the corner. Kicks coming into the midsection. Big right hand by Drew. Big chop by Drew. Have you scrapped NXT live streams? Has the revamp not been clicking? It has been put on hold. Whether it's permanently scrapped, I'm not 100%. But I'm trying to work to a slightly new schedule where I can get some videos done. Because I know I need to get more videos on the channel. Because streams are like really great for like sitting down, chatting and all that. But it doesn't really do much for like growing the channel. Because as you can understand, how many people that don't know this channel are going to be willing to sit down and watch hours and hours of watch along. Do you know what I mean? There's people that will pop in, but actually reaching the masses, streams are not great for that. They never have been. And I've known that for a long time. But it's just what we've done on the channel, and I've been trying to find a way of doing them and doing videos that can maybe reach more people. And the balance just hasn't been right. So, yeah, I'm working to a slightly new schedule now. So, it's not really anything to do with NXT, to be honest. It's just that's the stream that gets regularly the least amount of people joining us. So, if I have to drop one, that would be the first to go. So, that's it. So, yeah, I am working to a new schedule, which I think should be really in effect once the football season ends, because the problem I've got is that even though I've got this new schedule, it's still being interrupted by the football channel. So once we get to the end of that season, which is coming to an end soon, I actually counted, I think we've got about 14 football streams left, and then we get to the end of the season. Then we can really start getting somewhere with this new schedule. So probably about 4 weeks or so until you really start to see things happening. But it's coming. Don't you worry, it's coming. Can Roman Reigns retain his titles till SummerSlam? Yep. I don't even know who he's facing, to be honest, so. Dort Knight said, I'm not looking forward to when the season ends and then there's no football days streams. Be sad. It'll be sad. But wrestling's not that way, is it? There's no off-season in wrestling. John says, your commentary on Hamzat Chimaev fight was underrated. You literally had me on the edge of my seats. Glad you enjoyed that, dude. The Chimaev fight was a lot of fun. We will be doing Fury and White and UFC Vegas 52 tomorrow. It's a long day tomorrow, which is why there's no football tomorrow. Long day. Football on Sunday, though. Days, you should come to Vegas for a fight week. It would be fun. I really want to go. I really, really want to go. I want to go. I won't be able to do it this year because of, like, money. But maybe if I can just put a little something aside, maybe next year. I would love to go to that UFC X fan thing where you can go into an octagon and get your picture taken and meet some of the fighters, and they do this big kind of fan experience thing. It's in like July and it's in Vegas. It's called UFC X, and I really, really, really want to go because I think you can like have a picture with the belt, go in the octagon. They've got loads of fighters to meet. Just looks great. I'm sure there's probably shops that you can go to, and I love all that stuff. Just like how I keep saying, I would love to go to WrestleMania Access because I would love to get into a wrestling ring and see the Hall of Fame display. They've got a shop and meet the wrestlers. Like, honestly, if someone said, do you want tickets to Access or do you want to go to WrestleMania? I'd be like, Access, please. I'd love to go to Access. That's my boyhood dream. I want to see, like, you know, the old sets and the old entranceways and the Mattel stand and the Hall of Fame displays. And I want to see all that. I'm quite happy streaming WrestleMania with you lot. I'm quite happy doing that. Same with UFC. Like, I think I'd like to go to a UFC event because I've never been to one. So I'd like to go to one. But, yeah, I'd love to go to that UFC X. That'd be really cool. Maybe next year. Maybe. Headbutt by Drew. Sammy goes down. We got 9 minutes. 9 minutes. Those minutes again, 9. As Drew hurls Sammy across the ring. Got a laptop, don't know where to put it there. And again, getting chucked across the ring. I need to start thinking about Rampage. Kip up by Drew. Sammy is still down. Trying to crawl his way over. Claymore coming. 1. Sammy gets out the ring. Sammy on the outside. Here's the Usos as Riddle and Orton were trying to throw Sammy back into the ring. Are they going now? Why are they going? Where are they going? Now we've got the Lumberjacks fighting with each other. So the Lumberjacks are now fighting with each other. Sammy is now trying to get through the crowds. Drew grabs Sammy in a big right hand. Sammy being brought back into the ringside area by Drew. Throws, Jinder's come down now. Oh, there's Jinder. I don't know, it felt like Jinder came down the entranceway. I don't know if he was out there all this time, but he starts beating up on Drew. Mansoor's out there. Nakamura's down. I don't think Nakamura is going to be facing Roman. Drew in the ring. I don't know where Sammy's gone. Drew's looking around and Sammy has disappeared. So Drew goes over the top, comes crashing down on the Lumberjacks. Female fan blocks Sammy. Can I hire you to kick some people's asses? Someone at this place stole one of my tablets. Oh my God. Sorry to hear that. I'd love to kick their ass for you. That sucks, dude. That really sucks. Sammy has... Oh, did you see that kid? Oh! Oh! The kid was like with his dad and he was like... Adam Pearce. Next week. No running. 1-on-1. With Drew. Next week. In a steel cage match. Which... I feel like it needs a roof, doesn't it? Why don't they put a roof on it? Steel cage match, great. Put a roof on it so he can't climb up or no one can come in. I know that's kind of a Hell in a Cell, but the Hell in a Cell is bigger, innit? So you could go under the ring and like make it like a cage so you don't have the outside of the ring. Because you could always run out the one side, Drew gets out the other, and then you just run around the outside of the ring. Make it a cage, but put a roof on it. If I was Adam Pearce, I'd have said that. Can make a roof in a week. Claymore to Jinder by Drew. I went to UFC 239 in Vegas, which was John Jones against Thiago Santos. It also had Nunes versus Home and Askren, Masvidal. And last month, I travelled from Liverpool to support Paddy and Molly at UFC London. What a show that was. Maybe the best show that I've seen this year out of anything. So good. So, Sammy manages to escape the Lumberjack match, but he won't escape next week. Unless he does climb up over the top or someone comes in and attacks Drew. So, I mean, we've seen many times that a cage doesn't actually stop anything, but forget that. Forget that. Rest of Andy, hello. WWE needs to bring back the blue cage. That would be class. That would be great. I do still think about that when they say cage match, you know. I do still think blue cage. Beat the clock challenge next week, Charlotte, Ronda. They won't be going against each other. They'll go against some other people. Can you have a count out in a Lumberjack match? I don't know if you can. I actually don't know if you can. I don't know if you can have a count out in a Lumberjack match. I might have a look at that now, actually. Lumberjack. Oh, you can. It says that it is just a standard match with Lumberjacks. It's not something that you have ever really thought about. Interesting. Right, let's get scores. No, you can't. According to this, which is just some question and answers that someone's done. I mean, I'd have to look into it a bit more to find, like, official results or official rules. There was a WWE rulebook that came out, which I was really excited about, because I thought, well, this will once and for all tell us everything we need to know about, like, rules and all those quirky little things. And then it was just a load of rubbish. It had nothing to do with rules. It was just literally, it felt like a diary and scribbles in and all this, and it was just silliness. It wasn't a rule book. I wish they did a proper WWE rule book. That would be brilliant. And then, like, you'd be like, Lumberjack match. Can you have a count out in a Lumberjack match? Yeah, it's fine, you can. That's interesting. That'd be really cool. I'd love a proper, legit. It'd be horrible for WWE because the amount of times they would break their own rules. What did you think of WWE Smackdown? What did you think of it? Eh? Did you give it an 8 to 10? Did you give it a 7 to 7.5? Did you give it a 6 to 6.75? Did you give it a 5.75 or below? Boom. WWE should release a rule, but I would genuinely buy that. I think it would be fascinating, wouldn't it? It'd be fascinating. Where's the one they did release? I have shown an image of it before. WWE rule book. I bought it. I got it. I can't remember exactly where it is. I think it's on that shelf, but I can't be bothered to get up and have a look. Can't be bothered. Here, look. This was... That was it. It's just a white screen, innit? It's not going well. There we go. This, unfortunately, is not titled well. It's more of a scrapbook of jokes, not a real set of rules. Some mixed reviews. This guy gives it 5 out of 5. He says, I just love wrestling a lot. Sue me. All right, fair play. Sue him. There it is on, like, Amazon. So. Yeah, you can get it, but it's not very good. I don't recommend it. What do I want to do? I want to go over to AEW Rampage, don't I? I got that book. It's written by a high school kid. It's trash. Yeah. Yeah. I got it from... where did I get it from? I got it from FYE in America. It is trash. It's trash. It's trash. It's trash. Oh, hello. Little bit of lag. Little bit of lag. I don't think it liked me look. I think, to be honest, it's probably because I've just fired up this AEW stream. So I've just put another computer on it. And that's probably enough to make it go, girlfriend, Right, let's go Fight TV. Get in your scores. We're going to change it over in a sec. Just trying to get to Rampage. I'm a little bit late for Rampage. Adam Cole against Ishii is our first match. Okay, Ishii in the ring with Adam Cole, baby. Let's take that away. I need to have this already set up rather than just changing it every week. I don't know why I do that. I have no idea why I do that. Strike coming in by Adam Cole. Adam Cole is in control. Bop. Fight forever chance. Fight forever is not something that you hear from AEW fans, but I think they were told to do it. Not during this match, but told to do it at some point for the new video game. They were told so they could record it. So, maybe they've still got it in their heads from that or something. I can't say I've really ever heard Fight Forever chants in AEW. Adam Cole against Ishii. Right, let's end this poll. End the poll. Boom. Time for Rampage. Are you doing a live stream for next week's SmackDown? Yeah, we're here every week for it. What do you think of SmackDown? 6 to 675, 34%. 7 to 7, 75, 29%. 8 to 10, 19%. 5, 7, 5 or below 16%. I would probably give this about 6. Probably about 6. I think it was all right. I mean, I wasn't bored. I thought the Sammy segment was quite nice. I can't think of really anything outside of Gunther that I really, really enjoyed, though. I feel like Gunther was really good. Everything else was just there. The Sammy segment was fine. I didn't really feel like down on the show, but yeah, I mean, I think if people went like 5s and stuff, I could understand it. I think like the Madcap Moss thing against Angel was just like boring. Butch is just not doing it for me, and that opened the show and actually took up quite a bit of time. Lumberjack match was just a bit of silliness. You know, after all of that, he still escapes. And now next week we got a cage match. So, do you know what I mean? I feel like you could largely have skipped this show. I don't really think like there's anything here that you missed out on. I mean, I can't even think what's the biggest thing that happened on this show? What's the big deal? What's the big talking point? If I was to do, I don't know, I don't think I will, but if I was going to do a video, what would I do it on? Do you know what? Potentially, it could be on what's happening right now, because what's happening right now, I believe, is they're taping next week's SmackDown. So, that cage match, we should know the results of all of that. Problem is, though, do you really want to spoil it for next week? That's the only thing. Probably don't want to. I'd rather just watch next week, do you know what I mean, rather than spoiling it. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what the big thing that happened tonight was. I do like Gunther, though. Gunther was amazing. Ishii has got Adam Cole up in a big suplex. There's 2 episodes of SmackDown being taped. Are you doing a live stream for next week's SmackDown? Yes. Why wouldn't we? Daniel said, even though the Vegas pay-per-view I went to had John Jones on it, Nunes, Masvidal, and others, UFC London last month was special. It was amazing. Came across as amazing. Sammy and Roman segment was interesting. Derek said, I can't even think about the biggest thing that happened. Well, it might be Sammy asking Roman to send the Usos out. Saying that he can be an ally. I mean, if that is going to have some kind of long-term repercussion, then maybe that was it. Maybe that was the highlight, but I still don't think it's enough for a 2-hour show, you know? Ishii looking good in this match, you know? Trying to pick up Adam Cole. Adam Cole with a knee to the head. Big boot by Adam Cole. Adam Cole picking up Ishii and Netbreaker. It's a shoulder breaker, I think, actually. Fight Forever is an NXT Black and Gold chant, says Bakayuka. Taped wrestling? What is this? The 1980s? Why are they taping? Is there a UK tour? Do you know what? Actually, there could be. I mean, they are around in the UK next week, yes. So it could be that European tour that gets in the way. But why don't they just do SmackDown over here? I don't understand. Why don't they just do SmackDown over here? Ishii with big forearm strike. Enziguri by Adam Cole. Enziguri by Ishii. Both wrestlers down. Hammer Studios said WWE gets all the wrestlers when they're in their prime. AEW gets the older guys. There is a UK tour. Tala said, hi days from Netherlands, hope all is well. Tala, shout out to you, dudes. I was at an AEW taping. They didn't tell us to chant Fight Forever. They did get told it. I mean, I can't tell you if it was on Wednesday, but apparently they did ask the fans to do chants for the new game. So maybe it wasn't Wednesday, just gone. But I must admit, that's the first time that I've heard Fight Forever in AEW. Could it have appeared like before? Oh, maybe. This Is Awesome tends to be the go-to, though. Here, This Is Awesome all the time. Fight Forever seems to have kind of lost its popularity. We was talking about the Sasha's Ratchet one from NXT back in 2015. That's gone as well. I remember that. That was definitely an NXT one. I'd never heard that anywhere else. Such and such is Ratchet. CM Punk against Dustin. Big Guy says, means them having to take the SmackDown set over there. Don't like doing that unless it's a special. I would have to disagree because normally the April tour, they do SmackDown and Raw in the UK. Normally we do get a Raw and a SmackDown in April, and sometimes they then do it again in November. So it's quite unusual for them to not do a Raw and a SmackDown. Unless they are now more focused on cost cutting than what they've been in the past. And, you know, maybe they're thinking it's just going to be cheaper to just do it. And if the spoilers get out, what do we care? That is a real shame, though, for UK fans to not have the opportunity to go to a Raw or a SmackDown. So that'd be a shame if that's now a new regular pattern, you know. We've got Jericho Appreciation Society backstage arguing with security at the moment. AEW chant of This Is Awesome. We can even see them chanting before the match had even started. They asked us to do chants for the game, but not the saying Fight Forever. That's really strange because I heard they had... And also, it's what the game's called. So, like, you would imagine they would put a Fight Forever chant in the game that's called Fight Forever, wouldn't you? And I'd heard that they did ask the crowd to do a Fight Forever chant. But as I said, maybe it wasn't Wednesday. Perhaps it's been, like, a few weeks back. But that's interesting if you're saying that they did ask you to do chants for the game. So that's interesting. They had us chant some wrestlers' names, which will be called Fight Forever. Mm-hmm. Fight Forever is the title of the game. Mm-hmm. I have definitely read that they asked the crowd to chant Fight Forever. I know it's the name of the game, and that, as I said, makes sense as well. If you're going to call the game Fight Forever, which is weird, because it's not a chant that you tend to hear too much in AEW, although they did just do it there, you'd have to think that chant is in the game. It's weird, isn't it? Naming it after a chant that you don't hear that much, and they didn't ask you to chant. It's pretty wild, isn't it? WWE, This Is Awesome. With no chance of This Is Awesome in the actual game. Do you know what? I borderline think that's false advertising. If I buy AEW Fight Forever, there better be a Fight Forever chant in there. There better be an AEW chant in there as well. AEW, AEW, AEW. I'm sure it will. Sure they will. I actually think the AEW game, you know, is going to be really good because they're basing it on the old school games. So I don't think the graphics are going to be as crazy as like 2K, but I think the game itself is going to be really fun to play. So I am actually a little more. Again, I'm going to wait for the reviews, but I'm quietly confident they should be around that kind of 8 8 kind of area. I'm surprised the game's not called AEW Judas. I'm surprised it's not called that. AEW Judas in my mind. I'm a coming. Judas in my mind. Like, maybe AEW and then just the subtitle is the full lyrics of Judas. I'm stunned it's not called that. That's probably what I've heard more than anything else when it comes to what the crowd sing in AEW. Days, if I'm not mistaken, I thought I saw a wrestling blooper. Blooper interviews during the matches on Raw. Isn't wrestling shown live? Well, I mean, sometimes, and sometimes it isn't. And sometimes some of them backstage things can be pre-taped. So, it can be a bit of a mixture, to be honest. AEW, Judas in my mind. Right, we're backstage with Hook and some woman. Don't know who she is. Danhausen. Is he going to kiss him? Right, next we have... Is it Lance Archer? Hook speaks. The game should be called AEW. We love to use bloods. Lance Archer going to be taking on Sir Pentaco. Archer versus Pentico. Pentico. He got his attention with chips. That is stupid. Hook speaks. Jake needs to leave Archer. Dude is so disrespectful. Justin said, mainly just play games on my phone. Is it true Brett signed a deal with WWE? That's the rumor. I've not seen it like 100% confirmed, but that is certainly the rumor, yes. Rumor. Lance Archer's won. God damn. Lance Archer's won. I didn't even need to type it out. I think Pentaco's got a chance here. Yeah, big chance. Big chance. Big opportunity this for Serpentico. Oh, he's lost. There's nothing they can do to make Archer look a threat to Wardlow. Now he's choke slamming away here. Serpentico choke slam symphony is what we've got. Which I think was Beethoven. I'd have to double check it, but I think it was Beethoven. I think he did the Chokeslam Symphony. Just said, AEW game will be the first wrestling game I've bought in 20 years since the N64 days of the great wrestling games. Honestly, I think they're going to be amazing. I think they're going to be really fun to play, yes. I can't wait for Archer Wardlow. Blaze said, Brett signed today. I was hoping he would manage FTR. Powerbomb Symphony versus Chokeslam Symphony. Place your bets. Well, it just sounds like a musical feast to me. That's what it sounds like. I sent you a tweet. WCW officials 94 roster was stunning who they let walk when Hogan came. WWE have to get Elimination Chamber for next week on SmackDown for the Lumberjack match because that has a roof. Right, next up we've got a match. Is this Daniel Garcia? Got a Kangol hat on. It's like Samuel L. Jackson. Garcia making his way down. Who's he taking? I don't know who he's facing. Garcia against Eddie Kingston. Garcia against Eddie. Who was that woman interviewing Hook? She looked like his disappointed prom date. I don't know that I've seen her before. I don't know. Death Ray. I don't know what that's a reference to. The Mad King. Brett might have been offered a match with Cena. Hart versus Cena is a dream match, says Channel Name. Bret Hart's in a bad physical shape. I mean, I think he can walk and talk and whatever, but actually wrestling a match, no. It was horrific. Wasn't that? What was it? WrestleMania 28. That was 10 years ago. He was horrific at WrestleMania 28. Had 10 years of time and wear and tear onto his body. No. Right. Why does Humpty Dumpty love Autumn? Because he always has a great fall. Has Eddie been working out? Looks about the same. Looks about the same. Eddie should be champion. Is Jade the main event? As if anyone really cares about that match, says Davids. It's a weird match, that one, to be honest. Jade against Marina Shafir, because Marina Shafir's only had, one or two matches on Dynamite. Now she seems to be a heel, and she's taken on a heel in Jade Cargill, and it feels like Jade Cargill's not going to lose to Marina Shafir. So it's a weird match. Heel versus heel. Someone that's not been around too long. Match that Jade Cargill's not going to lose. So we're going to give Marina Shafir, a loss this early. It's weird. Feels weird. So I'm actually... I must admit, I am intrigued to see what they're going to do. 'Cause the whole thing's just bizarre to me. It's a shame. Hart in his prime against Cena would have been epic. She is in the baddies section. Who? Marina Shafir? What's that? What's the baddies thing? Is that to do with Britt Baker? Don't know what the baddies thing is. Or is that something to do with Jade Cargill? Has she got baddies? Chop coming in by Kingston. Where is Cesaro? They use many local talent for dark matches and two in the baddies section. Not Brett Wrestling, but it could have been cool to see him involved in the Owen Cup somehow. The woman interviewing Hook is Lexi Nair. She's in a relationship with Big Cass. Baddies is to do with Jade Cargill. Okay. So who's in the baddie section? Marina Shafir. I'm getting confused. So is Marina Shafir in Jade's baddies section? Why are they having a match then? This will be Jade's toughest test. Are you betting on Tyson Fury? Not money, but I'm going to go that way. Jade Cargill's section is the baddie section. Red Velvet, Kira Hogan, and a few local talents. Oh, I'm getting all confused then. I thought we was talking about Marina Shafir. Oh, I'm getting all confused. Garcia biting away at Eddie Kingston. I wish they would make those on Dark, the Ring of Honor roster, and kill Dark off. Brad says Cesaro is playing games on Twitch right now. Who do you want to win? Out of who? Tyson Fury? I'll presume you're asking that one. To be honest, might go Dillian White. And I'll tell you why. Because if this is Tyson Fury's last fight, then he's going to just relinquish the belts after, isn't he? Thank you. I've been amazing. Now someone else can fight for these. Whereas if Dillian White wins, there's maybe a chance we get a rematch. But also, it makes White a bigger star. He's the legit champion. And, I've not heard he's about to retire. So, yeah, actually, if Tyson Fury is about to retire, I might lean Dillian White with giving him my support. I still think Tyson Fury wins. But, just like wrestling, you should always lose your last match. Give back. Do you know what I mean? It's a bit different in boxing because, of course, it's not scripted. So, and no one's going to want to lose at any point. You know, Mayweather didn't have his last fight and think, I should put this next person over. It doesn't work that way. But I'm just saying that I think maybe it's the pro wrestling fan in me that I think it'd be good if Tyson Fury lost to Dillian White. It'd make Dillian White a big star. It would put him over. And then he could carry on. Who is booking the Tyson fight? Well, I hope it's not Vince. I hope it's not Vince, because there would probably be... if it's Tony that's booking it, then there'll be definitely a brawl afterwards. Definitely. People are going to come running down afterwards. That's happening. And if there's any criticism, then Twitter bots are going to get blamed. If it's Vince, then it won't be as exciting, actual in-ring wise. But you probably won't get, like, the brawl afterwards. But there is a chance that someone will throw some tomatoes in the ring or something at some point. And actually, the finish could get changed about 20 times. And probably it'll get changed last minute before they walk out if it is Vince. So, I don't know. Pick your poison. Are you excited for Dax versus Cash? I thought that might have been the way they would have brought Brett in after the match. But if the reports are true, then clearly not. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Dax versus Cash. The only thing I would say is that Dax versus Cash, I mean, they're a great tag team. So, seeing them go up against each other is not really what I watch them for. Like, I'm not watching FTR to see them go up against each other. They're a tag team. So, it's a one-off match. They've said that as well. There's no animosity. It's a one-off match. They're both fans of Owen. They want to watch and they want to be in the tournament. It's a bit like when Johnny Gargano and Tommaso Ciampa went against each other and they were still DIY, but they went into the Cruiserweight Classic tournament. It's a bit like that. And yeah, I'm excited for it. I think they're, in great form at the moment. They're not singles wrestlers though. They'll still be good. I can't see either winning this thing, let's put it that way. And I don't think either should, because I think individually they shouldn't be able to compete with singles wrestlers. Their specialist is tag. So maybe they should win an Owen Hart Foundation tag team tournament. Maybe you'd call it the High Energy Tournament. The New Foundation Tournament. That'd be pretty fun. Right, we've got half an hour to go. Apparently, they both pushed to fight each other in that tournament. Is the boxing match on regular TV or a network thing? The boxing tomorrow is like proper full-blown pay-per-view thing. Hayden said, I think Dillian will win tomorrow because it will be Fury's final fight, but Tyson will have an amazing moment with the crowd to say goodbye. I tell you, the whole thing's going to be interesting. The talk afterwards, the little thing he does after, the little post-press conference, you know, normally they interview him in the ring. I mean, that's going to be really interesting. See what he's got to say. He's said before that that's it, but if it is it, then, you know, does he leave the gloves in the ring? Does he leave the... I don't know what the tradition is, actually, when you have your last fight. I can't say I've seen someone have their last fight when they've announced it. So, I don't know. I don't know what you do. Maybe you leave the gloves in the ring or something. I don't know. I have to see. Find out tomorrow. I guarantee there will be so many spots from Bret Owen in that match they have against each other, says Daniel. Master Chief said Tyson by TKO in the thirds. Jamie said, who do you think will dethrone Roman? Well, I think Cody will get one. I don't know who will get the other. I've been told by boxing fans that boxing is more scripted than pro wrestling. I mean, I don't think that it's scripted. I think the judging is absolutely flawed. But the actual... And there's some fights that get thrown. There's no denying that. There's some fights that, where you've got someone hard up for money. They might come to an agreement where they're like, we'll throw it in the third. I'll go down in the third. There's definitely a dirty side to boxing. But that's the exception. That's the minority, you know. Certainly you're not going to be seeing that tomorrow. This is two fighters battling for the World Heavyweight Championship. You're not going to be seeing Dillian White take a dive or anything, so. Considering pretty much every professional wrestling match is scripted, I would say that's a massive, massive, massive exaggeration. Right, slapped by Kingston. And again, Garcia goes down. Judging is corrupt. There's no way around it, including UFC, says Holloway fan. What's your prediction for Arsenal Man United? Arsenal 2-0, something like that. I think Man United are done, man. They're on the beach. They know they've got a new manager coming in. They're here. Imagine if you played for Man United and you heard that there's 10 new players coming in, 8 to 10 new players in the summer. People you're actually playing with out of contract in the summer as well. They're not sticking around. There's a new manager on the way. This season just needs to end for Man United. I had hoped that they might get some out of that Liverpool game because I thought the longer they can frustrate them, if they could, keep tight, stay quite cohesive, they might be able to frustrate Liverpool. It just wasn't to be. 5 minutes, goal, and that was it. Kingston wins. There's one infamous fight where a guy got hit low 28 times and the ref never stopped it and gave 2 knockdowns, and his opponent, then he went down off multiple of them. Could this be Man United's summer release budget cuts? Yes. James said 2-1 United. Come on, have some faith. I had my faith against Liverpool and it didn't work. So that's it now. I've got no faith. My faith's gone. All my faith's in Ten Hag and he's not here yet. Eddie Kingston with his belt. No. Look at the camera. This was just a message. Send it to your boys. Arsenal aren't Liverpool. No, they're not Liverpool, but they did beat Chelsea 4-2 the other day. They seem to be in decent form. I'm telling you. Nketiah's going to tear us apart. Nketiah is going to tear us apart. And then everyone's going to be like, oh, man, it's free in the summer. And I'll be like, I know. That's what's going to happen. He probably won't play now. It'll probably be Lacazette. I actually don't know who's starting. But I certainly don't think United will get a result. How would you book Jericho right now? I would change his theme song. I don't mind the Jericho Appreciation Society. I think having him be the flag waver for sports entertainment, that's pretty fun. I don't know if the people that are in the group are getting over, though. So I think you need to put that group in a big feud with another faction. You probably need like a stadium stampede. You probably need like a blood and guts. Do you know what I mean? Like you need those kinds of matches to really get this group going. Because at the moment, this group just feels a bit flat. Doesn't feel that interesting. I'd like to see some backstage segments as well where, you know, what do they do behind this? I feel like Inner Circle, we got to see quite a bit of them. We know what Inner Circle are all about, but it's, Jericho Appreciation Society, I don't feel like I know much about them, apart from they all like respect Jericho. But wouldn't it be fun if you went in their locker room, they're just watching old Jericho matches? Like, that would be great. Do you know what I mean? That would at least give the team a bit of depth. James said, I still think we've got a chance, even if we lose. I'll never say that we lose. I'll do it for you, bud. We're gonna lose. We're gonna lose. It's gonna be horrific. We need Ten Hag, and he's not here yet. We need Ten Hag. We need the 200 million. We need to get some people out this club. It's rotten. It's rotten. I mean, I'm still gonna watch it. Well, I'm not actually. What I meant to say is I'm still gonna support United and hope they win. I'm still with them. I just don't think they will. I just think they're a shambles right now. Let's put the under-12s out. Put the under-12s out. At least we're going to get beat. At least then we can go, yeah, but we played the under-12s. Do you know what I mean? Should do that. In all fairness, Jade Cargill has stepped up her game. She's got a lot better since she's been training with Danielson, says Jilly. The flatness is why I am asking. Feels dead. Maybe a feud with Regal and the boys. Backstage interview segment, AEW style incoming, says Bakayuka. Did you hear the Raptors made the playoffs? I did, and then I saw they got battered by the 76ers. But are they out now? Is it done? Are they out? I saw they went 3-0 down. Of best of 7 in it, so... oh, no, today. Game 4 today, 3-0 down. Game 4, this is where we turn it round now. This is where we turn it round. Ronaldo should be back against Arsenal. I don't know what you want me to say, dude. I don't know what you want me to say. That 4-0 to Liverpool, it's took all the belief out of me. It knocked the belief out of me. Now I just believe in Ten Hag. Raptors are still in it, but it doesn't look good. Yeah, that's what we want to do, though. That's what we want. It's exactly what we want. Today, 7 o'clock. I don't know if that's UK time, but these 76ers, boomers, as I like to call them. I don't know if they're all 76, but Raptors going to rip them apart, man. It's basically Raptors against old people. Do you know what I mean? Who are you going to pick? Raptors. Easy. 9-0 against Liverpool is embarrassing. I'd love to see the Blackpool Combat Club feud with the House of Black. Thoughts? I think the House of Black need to sort themselves out, to be honest. I don't feel like they've got much momentum. I mean, Buddy Murphy, I forgot he was even in AEW. I'm still having to double check that he is, actually. Mentally, he is, isn't he? Brody King, Malachi Black. I mean, they just feel a bit dead in the water. Yeah, I mean, it could be interesting. Got Jamie Hayter. We got Tony Storm. Do you know who I am? Jamie Hayter, I'll see you in the first round. Jamie Hayter said she always leaves. It's kind of her thing. Philly Street Fight. Serena Deeb versus the She-Devil. The incompetent Hikaru Shida. The Professor. Serena Deeb. Oh, here we go. Look, they've given FTR a little video package. We get to pay respects to a guy. I got to win this for myself. I got to win this for Owen Hart. I got to win this for my girls, says Dax. This is a bit slower. This is better. Sammy against Scorpio Sky. This is better. Adam Cole, Young Bucks, Red Dragon taking on Dante Martin, Varsity Blondes, Lee Johnson, Brock Anderson. I can actually watch this. Lance Archer against what? They have definitely learnt their lesson here, I think. Nice and slow. Much better. Is Tony Storm doing the drift away gimmick from Ezekiel's younger brother Elias? Sure. Raptors are going to be in a Philly street fight and they're not going to win, says John. They're going to make them humble. Marina's looking great, actually, here. Cargill against Marina Shafir. Problems don't care about plans. I'm the problem. Morena. Morena, whatever your name is. Damn, man. I don't know if this is going to be a great match, but I do like Marina Shafir. Roderick Strong's wife. Weird music. Figure interchangeable parts. Stays, is it true in some house shows Bruno Sammartino was a tweener that got booed in matches against Pedro Morales? I mean, to be honest, the only reason that I could think that would happen, because I haven't heard that, but obviously Pedro represented like the Latin crowds, whereas Bruno represented like the Italian fan base. It wouldn't surprise me if Pedro, who'd built up, you know, pretty nice following, but wasn't as big and never got as over as Bruno, But it wouldn't surprise me if some of those Pedro fans booed Bruno. That wouldn't surprise me. I mean, they're interesting matches because, to my knowledge, they were both baby faces. So when Bruno actually gets the belt back, he gets it back from... God, who does he win it from? Is it Stan Stasiak? I mean, he loses it to Ivan Koloff. Pedro Morales, I believe, beats Koloff. Then Pedro Morales doesn't really work out as well as Bruno, so they drop the belt back to Bruno. But I can't remember who Bruno beat for it. Might be... I don't think it was Pedro. But in matches where they did face each other, I think it would have been more to do with their nationalities. Bruno was just always face. But Pedro was when he was champion as well, so I'd have to look into that further, to be honest. I'm not really aware of Bruno ever really getting like mixed responses, but I could totally understand why in that case. But back then, they didn't really like doing face versus face, so I can't imagine that really ever happened too much. That's why you always had like these champions in between that were you know, transitional champions to drop the belts between them. I'm gonna have a look at the WWE Championship history. It's funny because that first title reign is the one of Bruno's that I tend to focus on more than the second one. My knowledge of the second one actually could be improved. I'm going to look now. We've got Buddy Rogers to Bruno, drops it to Ivan Koloff, then it's Pedro, then it's Stan Stasiak, then it is Bruno again. So he beats Stan Stasiak for the belt. Stan Stasiak holds the title for 9 days. Ivan Koloff only had it for 21. These are transitional champions to get the belt from one babyface to another babyface. Babyface versus babyface, like championship matches like that, just weren't really the done thing. The industry was very heel face. First match I saw was Pedro Morales against Rocky Johnson. That's cool. That is very cool. These styles between Marina and Jade are working out okay so far, better than I thought. Right, we've got Jade on the outside with her baddie section. Into the ring goes Jade. Marina Shafir getting into the ring. I really don't know whether to look at SmackDown spoilers or not. Jade with a back elbow. Aubrey trying to work out a contract. Heel ref. Rocky Johnson, the young Rock character. It was his dad, wasn't it? Rocky Johnson. Big strikes coming in by Jade Cargill. It seems like WWE is always much higher. I'm not sure there's anything left for AEW to change. Just want someone's thoughts. Well, you just got to keep growing, haven't you? You just got to keep growing. You got to just keep growing, building your fan base, exploiting the opportunities that come your way, bringing in new stars. Really what they need is they need a storyline to really grab people's attention. I mean, that's what WCW did. It wasn't who they brought in. It was NWO. I mean, Hogan helped, obviously. They went and got the biggest star they could, and he helped throughout 94, but I would argue that they don't start beating WWF and don't really start get going until the NWO and Outsiders and all of that really kicks off. So there is 100% things that they can be doing. What those things are obviously going to be debatable as to what would like really resonate with people. Marina Shafir goes hard into the corner. I think all they need to be doing right now is just building that fan base, keeping their heads above water, keep churning out like, you know, a million views on Dynamite. You know, you can just keep going with that and then, you know, try a few things. You know, they tried bringing in CM Punk. They've tried bringing in Danielson. They're now trying a relationship with New Japan. They tried a relationship with Impact. Like, just keep trying different things. Jade is improving on offense, but needs to improve on selling, says NH. Jade showing off guns and twisting her fist into the side of Marina Shafir, who's being kept grounded at the moment by Jade. We've got about 8 minutes to go. Over against the ropes goes Marina Shafir. Chop down goes Marina. Kick by Jade. And again, she's keeping Marina Shafir grounded. She's getting her arms. She's applying a nice stretch. Nice stretch. I like how I like how she's digging in the wrist into the ribs. It'll take a while for AEW to get mainstream. It's definitely possible. It won't happen overnight. It'll need to be a gradual process, says LSW. I saw 2015 Mayweather against Pacquiao. Pac outboxed Mayweather big time, and they gave that match to Mayweather, says Larry. Channel name said, as much as I love Hogan, it was the Rock and Wrestling connection because of Cyndi Lauper and Captain Lou that gave it the real big boom. Mount got a double game week, West Ham and Man United. Is it worth triple captaining him? I don't have him as a triple captain because I don't know how great that's going to be. But if you did it, the only reason I say that is because Chelsea just lost to Arsenal. What are they going to get against West Ham? I don't know. I could see West Ham frustrating Chelsea. I think they'll beat United. I think everyone's going to beat United now. All my hope's gone. But we are running out. I've got it as well. I mean, honestly, I don't think it's the best. I don't think it's the best option we've had all season, but it might be the best option you have between now and the end. I've still got my triple captain. I've got Mount as captain. I haven't played the triple chip this week. That's all I can tell you. I can't see him getting much against West Ham. And against Man United, he might get a goal or an assist. I don't know. I could see him getting some. I think he'll get some from this week, but I might wait for Kane against Norwich last game. It'll be a draw. Marina Shafir is in control. Now she's working on the leg of Jade. After the show, Brittle sent us home with a little promo and said her parents want to go to the bar, so see ya. If the audience don't buy it, they won't be able to get them over. Jade trying to get over to the rope. She grabs a hold of the rope. So Jade's over to the corner as Marina Shafir is going to roll out of the ring. Marina Shafir grabbing Jade's leg, wrapping it around the ring post. As Jade Cargill is down. Low kick coming in by Marina Shafir. Marina Shafir, nice. Hip toss. Jade Cargill's over in the baddie section as Marina Shafir throws in some kicks. Marina Shafir's looking quite moody here, which is good to see. I mean, what I'll say about this match is it's not amazing, but considering it's Marina Shafir who... wow, big. That's a monster kick there by Jade. That was good. Considering it's Jade Cargill and Marina Shafir, who you would both say are still relatively green. You know, considering this is main event of Rampage, I think they've got through it, and some nice moments. That kick, man. That kick was brutal. Marina Shafir picked up. Oh my god, slammed onto the table. She was sort of slammed, kind of, it seemed, on top of the... Oh my god, Jade! She slammed her on top of, like, where the legs are, rather than in the middle. Oh, damn it, man. I mean, quite obvious, if you've got a table, put them in the middle. Not on top of where the flipping legs are. She did hit hard on that table. What I will say is, because these two are, like, maybe not, like, to the highest standard of pro wrestling, it means that the stuff they're throwing in, it's either going to look really botchy or really brutal. And I would say throughout a lot of this match, we've gone to the really brutal side. That kick on the outside looked brutal. The table spot looked brutal. Damn it, man. Kicking in some axe kicks by Jade Cargill. Marina Shafir telling Jade to tap. This episode of Rampage is worth skipping. Tony Khan needs to replace these failed tables. I don't think that's the table's fault, to be honest. I think Jade's put her right on top of the leg. If you think the table leg's there, if you get put on that, all you're doing is driving the leg straight into the ground. That's why you need to be put on the bit in between, where it can actually break. Jade Cargill gets the win here. She's now 30-0. Some fireworks go off and there's money raining down. God, if you're an AEW fan, you definitely want to get your hand on one of them. I don't know if they're like Jade dollars or something. Got green balloons falling down from the ceiling. Larry says, my woman won. It was pretty decent for who it was. Brutal botchy is a good way to describe that match. They're definitely making it sound better than it was live. I love how Jade doesn't need help in her matches. Here comes the money! Here comes the money. Money, 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 money. Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar. Yes, James. Yes, James. The balloons remind me of that botch when they flew away. I forgot about that one. Do you remember in AEW when they released the balloons, they just all drifted off? I forgot about that. That was an amazing one. That was brilliant. That was in the Daly's place, wasn't it? Where it's kind of inside but outside. And they released all these balloons and all you could see was them drifting off in the distance. That was fun. That was fun. Get in your thoughts. Do you know what? We've just gone to like this episode has just it's just finished, but it's just restarted and gone back rounds, and we've got Adam Cole and Ishii in the ring. So it turns out there was no entrances. I'm amazed at that. No entrance for Adam Cole or Ishii. They just, I presumed I'd missed, because I was a couple of minutes late getting over to this. I just presumed I'd missed the entrances. Turns out I didn't. Dollar, top dollar. Lone Star Friend, shout out to you. Get in your scores, guys, of that. I don't tend to score Rampage, to be honest. Nothing against Rampage, just don't tend to bother scoring it. It just always seems a bit non-essential. The only thing I would say is that was the TBS title match, though. And I do like Marina Shafir. I think the reason why I like her is I don't feel that she got a fair opportunity in NXT. And I think she always, worked hard. She's Roderick Strong's wife. I really thought they could have done, the 4 horsewomen thing. They didn't do any of that. So I really feel for, Marina Shafir. So I like to see her getting an opportunity. I think she's got work to do, but she's got a great size to her. And she is legit, man. She is a former MMA fighter as well. So I do like Marina Shafir. But, the match was the match. Ishii and Cole was pretty good. Yeah. That was pretty good at the start. I thought this was alright. It was alright. See what you lot think. James, see you tomorrow, dudes. Chance 4 says 6. They did nothing for Marina, and I don't want to see a heel celebration. Shakim says 1. Top Tier says 3. Greg says 5. Esteban says 6-ish. Do you simp any women in AEW? I mean, to be truthful, I don't really simp any female wrestlers. Just not really that way inclined. I think as you get older, you get less. I can't remember ever doing it though. I really don't remember ever watching wrestling going, oh my god, she is so amazing. I love that woman. I wish I could be with her and all that kind of. You know what I mean? I really can't remember ever doing that. I tend to like women wrestlers because of their wrestling ability. I really like Asuka because I genuinely think she's the best female wrestler. I genuinely like Serena Deeb, not because I think she's hot, but I genuinely think she's the best female. I think it's either Serena Deeb or Asuka that's the best female wrestler right now for me. And then, as I just said, Marina Shafir, I don't think she got a fair shake in NXT. So I like to see her getting an opportunity. I think Britt Baker's good. I think she was a good champion. Those would be the women that stand out to me. Thunder Rosa, obviously, got a soft spot for because, we've been following her since NWA. But I just think some of her recent matches have seemed a bit off. And have you noticed how she hasn't wrestled for a while now? And I genuinely think she had a niggling injury. I genuinely think something wasn't right because her match quality was so good and so high, and then it did seem to dip. It seemed to really suffer, and I don't know what was going on. I don't know if it was an injury or I don't know, but either way, something wasn't right. Something wasn't right. And they've put the belt on her, and now she's doing the odd promo and everything, but we're not seeing any matches out of her at the moment. I just wonder if she's just having a bit of a breather, bit of recovery time. Don't know. I really hope the next Thunder Rosa match we see kills it. I really want her to kill it and remind everyone how good of a wrestler she is. So right now, I would say D but 1 for me. Top of the tree. Maybe, I don't know, man. I'm quite interested in Jamie Hayter because I don't know much about her, but I feel like she looks like she could be good. I can't say I've seen any great matches from her though, but I've heard that she did wrestle in Japan. I think she's from Southampton in the UK, in England. So I feel like she's got like a good training in England. We tend to train quite well over here. We just don't really have any big promotions for anyone to go to. So maybe I think she's done a bit with Rev Pro and think, and maybe like Pro Wrestling Eve. So, you know, we tend to train to a decent standard, but yeah, you need to go to Mexico, you need to go to Japan, you need to go to America, you need to go and get all this experience. She's done that. She's been in Japan, and I think if you've been to Japan, you know, you're really going to have picked some stuff up. So quite interested in her, but she's not doing it for me at the moment. But fast forward 12 months, who knows? Jamie Hayter might be a pretty decent female wrestler. So right now they're just trying to introduce you to her, which is why she's with Britt. So yeah, I mean, look, her against Toni Storm could be a good little match. I hope it is. Jim said, no woman is better than Rosemary. She will become the Knockouts champion tomorrow. Bakayuka said, Toni Storm has also been in Japan with Io. Yeah, Io's great. I do really rate Io, but Toni, I think, just needs to settle somewhere because she was in NXT UK she was in, I think, the Mae Young Classic. Then she got put in NXT UK, and she was there for a bit, and she was the women's champion. Then she went to NXT, but she wasn't there very long. Then she went to the main roster, but she wasn't there very long. Now she's over in AEW. She hasn't been there very long. Like, really, if you're going to judge Toni Storm, you've got to go back to her time in NXT UK when she's having matches with Rhea Ripley. I just feel like it's been a while since I've seen, you know, stuff from Toni Storm. She had a few little bits in NXT. And obviously she was working a feud with Charlotte on the main roster, but I think it's been a little while since we've seen anything from Toni Storm. So I'd like this women's division to just get opportunity and for it to, you know, really start to show its potential. Because I do think we've brought some women in that have got, you know, as I said, Jamie Hayter, Toni Storm, Ruby Soho, Marina Shafir, obviously Jade Cargill's kicking on. I feel like we're in a better place than we were this time last year, for example. You know, back then we had Anna Jay, Ty Conti, Big Swole. Those were the names, weren't they, really? I'm trying to think who else was around. Oh, God, what's her name? Thingy? Penelope Ford. Where's she gone? We had Penelope Ford, Anna Jay, Ty Conti, Big Swole. I mean, this was the women's division. Nyla Rose. I think we're definitely in a better place now. But we just need these women to, like, you know, come through. Jamie Hayter is great in ring. Her match with Thunder Rosa in the women's tournament was great. She is good with the right opponent. Her and Toni will kill it, says Daniel. Is there any relation between Zoe Stark and Ricky Stark? Not to my knowledge. I think we have looked at that. Double checked it, and I don't believe there is. I had a big crush on Mickie James back in the day, said Lister Jericho. How long do you think they'll keep Jade undefeated? Probably for quite a while. I don't think there's any need to take that belt off her anytime soon, to be honest. Where did you get the thumbnail graphic from? It is a graphic that WWE created, but had to do some editing work because it was actually part of a graphic that was SmackDown and the Undertaker Hall of Fame induction. So part of it was actually purple as the Undertaker graphic bled into it. So yeah, I had to cut the Undertaker bit out and then had to do a load of work on it to get it to look as it does. So you can't actually find that graphic as it is anywhere because I had to do a lot of editing to it. But the bulk of it is from a WWE graphic that was made a few weeks back, it works really well because the Raw one is a similar style. I really like these new thumbnails. I think these graphics look really smart. So I like the big Raw and the big SmackDown. Like, before we had it quite little at the bottom, whereas now they're quite big and bold, and there's less superstars on, but that's better because there's less chance of them leaving, and so not having to change the thumbnail. So I like them. You missed out Rio, Sasaka, and Emi Sakura. Well, I didn't, because this time last year we were still in the pandemic, and like, we didn't have those Japanese women. So you can say they're part of the roster, but man, they ain't been around. I mean, Yuka Sakazaki hasn't been around for quite a long time now. Emi Sakura the same. Riho came back and did a couple of matches, but even she's not really been around that much. So, yeah, the Japanese women were stuck in Japan, weren't they? Like, during 2000. We saw them quite a bit in 2019, early 2020. But then 2020 and 2021, we didn't see them because of lockdown and pandemics. Is the great Serena Deeb going to win the final match with Shida? Probably not. They'll probably give it the face. Because it's corrupt. The whole thing's corrupt. So, yeah. They'll probably cheat the great professor. The great Serena Deeb. Anyway, we're done. We've already stuck around for an hour. And then stuck around for a little bit after that. So, appreciate the support, guys. Hope you enjoyed the stream. SmackDown and AEW Rampage. Don't forget, we are back later for Tyson Fury against Dillian White. Big stream. You don't need me to tell you that. Big stream. If you haven't dropped a like on it, drop a like on it. It'd be really appreciated. I'm going to go and grab something to eat. And then, honestly, I'm having an early night so I can get up, have something to eat, and get rocking and rolling. Yeah, big stream tomorrow, so looking forward to that. Right, awesome, guys. Thanks a lot for watching. I will see you again next time. Bye for now.